Namaste. First of all, namaste to Honorable Chairperson Ma'am of the University, Honorable Advisor and CEO Sir. Namaste to all the dignitaries, speakers. Today is the second day of National Conference on Innovations in Agriculture, Food and Biotechnology for Sustainable Income of Rural Community, AFBI 2022. Today is the third session of second day, and the theme of the session is role of biotechnological innovations towards quality and nutritious food production for sustainability. I have two very reputed and very prestigious, very well-known personalities with me today for this session. First of all, I would like to mention our Professor Dr. S.S. Sindhu sir. He is Professor and Head Department of Floriculture, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi. And then I have very well known Professor Ashwini Kumar. He is retired professor from University of Rajasthan. He is Alexander von Humboldt Fellow, Germany, more than 4 decades experience in the field of plant biotechnology, botany, and the list is very long. If I start reading his resume, it's going to take a lot of time. Everyone knows about these two great personalities, and he was the former Dr. Hargobind Khurana chair of our university, but is still contributing very actively with us and always get associated with us whenever there are such type of events. I would also like to tell about our today's speaker, Dr. Professor S.S. Sindhu sir, who is also associated with us. He was also with us last year. He is also with us this year, and it always glad to hear him because he also has a long experience in post-harvest technology, floriculture, horticulture. So it's always good to have him. Now it's over to you, Sindhu sir, for your keywords and about your expert comments regarding this conference, which is going from yesterday, and today is the third session is starting. Again, let me elaborate the theme: role of biotechnological innovations towards quality and nutritious food production for sustainability. And then after this, we will take the views and expert comments of Professor Dr. Ashwini Kumar sir. So over to you, Sindhu sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Prabodh. And it's a very proud place for me to be associated again this year.
Yeah, one more thing, Professor Meenakshi Mathur, our chair professor Lal Bahadur Shastri chair is also with us. Thank you, madam, for coming. Thanks a lot. Namaste. Yes, sir. Please continue.
And dear delegates, there are various ways and means to have an income enhancement in the rural community, and particularly with the agriculture, and being an expert in horticulture. So I will speak very few important points related to horticulture and the agriculture as well. And since we are working at IRI, and ICR has a lot of technology are available for the Rajasthan area as well as for other areas and other districts. So we have the numerous number of technology, and any entrepreneurs, any young boys and girls, they can have a license anytime. And we have done a lot of variety at IRI, and these varieties are available.
Sir, I would like to interrupt.
Neither we are able to see you nor we are able to listen.
Yeah, there is a lot of echo.
Something, camera and mic, please adjust it properly.
Camera.
Sir, we are not able to see you properly.
I'm audible, doctor. Hello.
And mic and camera, please adjust it.
Yes.
Actually, I'm out of the Delhi, and I'm speaking right from the.
And the echo is also coming, so that is also.
What about voice, sound?
It's not clear.
Sound is not clear, sir.
Voice is also not clear.
As I said yesterday, it happens a little bit in these
I
digital
hope,
sessions.
now it will be okay, madam.
It is much clearer now.
Madam Mathur, now it is okay?
Yes.
Much clear. Okay. Okay, there are various ways and means to enhance the income, and the first and foremost in the agriculture is the itself crop production, and then mushroom and honeybee, dairy and the port. Again, there is some disturbance, madam. And dairy and the poultry, and as far as the horticulture is concerned, that one of the area is major is the protected cultivation, where there are many farmers those who can connect with the
Still you are
protected
not visible,
cultivation
sir.
and the seed production of very.
Neither visible, not audible.
Not
Sir,
is
still
visible.
your voice is not clear and you are not visible properly. आपका एंगल अभी भी सेट नहीं हुआ है
अब ठीक है
माइक
थोड़ा.
और
Actually, I'm out of
ना कुछ
the
ना तो
out of Delhi, and I'm speaking from South Gujarat in Navsari Agriculture Ministry, Navsari.
Okay.
Maybe some internet connection and kind of things. But anyway, please clear with this situation that seed production is the another major area where we can put up our best efforts in the Gilardia, marigold, and the seed spices. And ICR has a number of institute available at Kajri, Jaipur, and NRC Ajmer, and the Krishi Vigyan Kendra as well. And apart from that, there is an Atari, and nursery business and cut flower business is also a major venture in the horticulture and floriculture, and particularly the landscaping and the environmental protection itself, a very big challenge before us. And then post-harvest management and value addition, that can also be one of the added advantage, particularly the women's, particularly those who are residing in the rural area, and they can also connect with the self-help group and kind of the activity, and they can have the value addition with the rose and rose glucon and rose water kind of things, like in the Pushkar area and the other Ajmer area and Haldi Ghati area near to Jaipur. Many such kind of group and NGO can also be promoted. And the financial support is also available from the State Horticulture Department through the National Horticulture Mission. And the National Horticulture Board is also there under the Government of India, which provides the 50% subsidy, and that subsidy kind of things are available right from the irrigation system, land development, mushroom cultivation, honeybee cultivation, and the protected cultivation. Even the government has now enhanced to 50% subsidy in the protected cultivation. If someone wants to put up a project of a greenhouse of roughly 2,500 square meters, then he or she is eligible for the subsidy for the maximum limit of 56 lakhs of rupees, with a total cost of 1.12 crore of the project. So recently I have been in the National Horticulture Board in one of the project evaluation program last month, and there were 3-4 good projects from the Rajasthan and from Jaipur and Ajmer even, and a lot of good vegetable, particularly the Simla mirs, capsicum, and this cucumber and tomato, and the good number of cut flowers are also being grown under that protected cultivation. So likewise, there are some mini mission program also being attached with the ICR institutions as well as the State Horticulture Department, which is being funded from the state and the center sector scheme. So under that also, our young boys and girls, those who have been passed out from the various universities, and they can come forward and they can have an hand holding and the kind of association with the institute, and they can also take the some technical expertise from the Krishi Vigyan Kendra, and they can start with their kind of a business. So that way we can have the income enhancement in the rural area. And now there is a need to look forward some major venture even in the different community level and the different area depending upon the resources available. तो वो कहते हैं कि लोग हमें अपने रास्ते खुद तलाशने होंगे और हमें काफी हिम्मत जुटानी होगी, because nowadays we have a very competitive edge and competitive world, and we have to survive. And no doubt that there is a end number of activity related to agriculture, and particularly so in horticulture. But time we little hesitate to start any kind of a business. तो कहते हैं कि भाई लहरों से डर के यदि हम नदी पार करेंगे तो इस तरह से नदियां पार नहीं होती, बट जो हिम्मत करते हैं उनकी कभी हार नहीं होती. तो that kind of attitude we have to take in our mind, and we have to come forward, and we have to sustain our ongoing business, as well as we have to start our new entrepreneurship either in the horticulture or maybe in agriculture, maybe a pulse production or dairy or poultry. My other speaker is also there. They will also speak in detail on dairy technology and poultry production and the honeybee production, mushroom cultivation. But as far as the horticulture is concerned, that this is one of the area which has surpassed even the total food production of our food grain, and our total production has increased now up to 330 million ton, whereas in the food grain this kind of a production is totally, it is roughly 210 million ton. So there is a end number of opportunity and end number of ways and means to start our business and self-entrepreneurship, and we have to sustain our environment also, and the government of India as well as the state government is also putting a lot of efforts to bring into the mainstream the young boys and girls. Today we are facing another major big problem, that our students and our even young youth, they are running out of this kind of a business. Even they are not willing to come into the agriculture, and particularly in other area also. But there is a need. Ultimately, we have to come and we have to take a challenge, either in a horticulture or in any kind of business opportunity. So with these words, Professor Pramod, I will take time to attend my another program here at Navsari Agriculture University. I may not be able to continue and to stay on this platform. So with these words, thank you, dear audience, and thank you, the esteemed my colleagues available on this platform. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your keywords. There was definitely a little interruption in the voice. It happens, and the reason is that Professor Dr. S. Sindhu, he is out of IRI, already attending a conference somewhere in Gujarat, and he is speaking from someone else's office. So it is really, really, great thing, and we are thankful to you that he spared the time for this second session. Third session of today's conference, and spoke and gave his expert comments. Now, sir, I would like to ask one simple thing from you. If you can tell one or two low-cost technology which can help in sustaining the income of the fruit or vegetable growers, just one or two.
Yes, one or two. That one is the potato cultivation. I don't want to recommend the high-tech greenhouse. One can go for little mulching technology and some kind of a shade net with a minimum cost. Even the bamboo-based shade net can also be created, where we can have around the year vegetable production and the flower production. And another major area where we can put a thrust upon, that we can go for the seed production in the cluster-based approach, maybe near to Jaipur or maybe other part of the Rajasthan, that a group of the people, they can combine together, or they can have a self-help group kind of things, and they could go for the seed production of marigold. And we have an end number of variety, a 5 to 7 good number of variety we have developed from IRI. Pusa Bahar, Pusa Deep, we are able to provide the seed, and we are even providing throughout the country, and even not only the other part of the country, even the Rajasthan. And a group of people, they can also be trained, the young youth and girls. They can also have a kind of expertise or some basic knowledge. They can get it either from maybe from Jodhpur, or maybe from Bikaner or Kota or these are the four agriculture university are there, and even one Krishi Vigyan Kendra is also there at Kajli, Jodhpur, and even seed spices are a very big business, and we have an NRC seed spices at Ajmer. So Swai Madhopur is also one of our center of excellence, where a group of people and those who are interested, they can also visit initially at Swai Madhopur to have an hands-on training and a basic training. And if anyone need be, then sir, I welcome all your delegates or even the farmers or community people to visit at IRI anytime, as and when they feel convenient. So these are the two important areas where a small activity can be started in the respective area of the Rajasthan.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for your nice words. Thank you. Namaste. I would request you please join us again. We will be here up to 1 o'clock whenever you get time, sir.
So as you find time, then I will come back.
Okay.
Sure, thank you.
Now, over to you, Ashwini sir. You don't need any introduction. I already told about you and told that it will take me more than 30 minutes to give your complete introduction. So let me repeat today's theme one more time. It is very important to stick around the theme of the session. This is the third session. The theme is role of biotechnological innovations towards quality and nutritious food production for sustainability. Over to you, Ashwini sir, for your expert comments for 10-15 minutes. Thank you, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself. You are muted. Yes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, President Sir, Pramod Raghavji, CEO, Chairman, and all the distinguished scientists. I feel highly honored that despite of completing my term as Hargobind Khurana Chair Professor, I get this opportunity to discuss here role of biotechnological innovations towards quality and nutritious food production for sustainability. Now, what I want to say here that the United Nations has put 17 sustainability goals, and some of the goals relate to energy, food, agriculture, environment. And first of all, I must congratulate you, the organizers, for selecting such an important topic where we have food, agriculture, and biotechnology. So all these things are complementary to each other. We will not be able to feed our population of 9 billion people by the end of this middle of the century unless we know some biotechnological innovations. The land area is limited, the water resources are limited, the crops are limited, but the population is unlimited. As you see that food and nutrition is most important topic. And yesterday I had a chance to listen some of the presentation by the students, and I must appreciate that the innovative technologies which are given at Jayoti Vidyapeeth are really commendable. I've personally witnessed during my time that students go to the village and interact there and try to transfer the technology. So it is not only the development of quality technology, but it is also important to transfer it. And if I can show my 2-3 slides, can I show my slides, please? Just it will quickly make it faster. Because what we cannot do here in 10-15 minutes, we have put in 5 books which have come recently, and mostly after my joining as a chair professor here. So, number 1, firstly, we will be needing crops which are drought resistant. I'm very happy that Sidhu Saab has given elaborate demonstration. And what most important is we need a crop which is drought resistant for Rajasthan condition and can per drop more crop. That was the Mool mantra earlier. So this is one point. Second point is salinity is increasing. So we have to develop crops which are salt resistant. And in this after session, we will also have post-harvest technology. So we must have crops which can withstand the harvesting and they're bringing to the market. For example, tomato. Certain varieties have been developed which can resist the ripening. So
sir, there is
we have done
one thing which I would like to interrupt you that we will share your PPT in a while. Till then, you speak, and we will start the presentation also. And after a while, we will share your PPTs, and then you can.
It's okay. It's okay. So
share
I
your
will
view.
summarize. I will summarize my talk in a
Yes, sir,
few
sir.
words.
Sure, please.
That without biotechnology, food and agriculture is not possible. Whether we accept biotechnology or we don't accept, if the COVID comes, we have to run to the RT-PCR, the basic instruments which are available in high school classes. So they are very DNA sequencing we have to do. We have to find new variety, and for that we have to run to Pune, to somewhere. Had Poonawala not had the infrastructure to cope up with the vaccine development, India would have not been able to provide vaccine to the world and to the people. We vaccinated 200 crore people because we had our own vaccine. So in the same way, we have to be strong in the field of agriculture. We have to accept the crops which are genetically modified crops. We have to also develop the crops which can grow on saline water. There are certain crops which can grow on saline water in Gujarat area, and such crops have to be developed. And one of my students transferred the gene from this saline crop and into the peanut. So peanut can grow in the saline conditions. I'm very proud to say that during my association with Vidyapeeth, I've seen it is interdisciplinary institute. It has got all the disciplines under one roof, including health and care. So if we include this in the discipline, health, care, industry, and integrated way, if we move forward, it will be much easier for people to come to the terms, and the institute will be able to grow at a much faster rate. So without taking much time, I will say only congratulations to the organizer, and the new direction with the institute has gone after new president. And we were thinking the unfortunate part of Rajasthan was, or our university was, that most of the vice chancellor were not from the science background. So it is very difficult to convince a non-science person what you speak a language of science. So I'm very happy that you have included biotechnology, and I wish that Jyoti Vidyapeeth develops some biotechnical industry also.
Thank you, sir.
Out
Thank
of
you very much.
yes, we wish that you develop in industrial area also. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome,
Now
sir.
we can
And thank you for the nice
begin to lecture. Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
Now over to Dr. Khushbu, madam. Start the today's presentation and call the presenters, please. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Khushbu. Meenakshi Mathur, madam is also here, and she will definitely be participating in moderation. Ashwini sir is also here. So, and naturally, Professor S.S. Sindhu sir, he is also listening.
Good morning to all respected dignitaries. Here we are going to start our session 3, which is technological innovations in high-tech agriculture and post-harvest technology. So first presentation is about low-cost nanocomposites for agriculture plant growth, and paper code is AFBI-2022 and presenter name is Anushka Tyagi, which is research scholar of AFBI. Slide is visible to all of you?
Yes, it is visible.
Good morning and namaste to all of you. Myself, JV and Anushka Tyagi, research scholar in biotechnology, Department of Food and Biotechnology, Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Science at Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. My research theme is technological innovation in high-tech agriculture and post-harvest technology, and my research title is low-cost nanocomposite for agriculture or plant growth. My present work comprises of introduction, experimental techniques, results, conclusions, and research outcomes, and future scope. As we know that agriculture is the major source of food and feed for humans and domestic animals. However, agriculture crop pests, climate change, events such as drought and low nutrients use efficiency are a significant hindrance to achieving global food security. Various methods like the use of fertilizers, pesticides, which are being used to enhance the crop yields have proved to have serious and even life-threatening after effects. Hence, there is an urgent requirement to upgrade the agriculture practice and methods with the leads from new generation technologies. The biological activity of selenium nanomaterial increases with their surface to volume ratio and decreasing particle size. Selenium nanocomposites as a fertilizer can be used for increasing productivity of crop yields. The effects of selenium nanocomposites on total antioxidant value, protein profiles, and fatty acid composition in plant and their toxic effects on in cell lines to validate whether yield seeds originate from selenium nanocomposites treated plants possess biosafety properties. In order to overcome these concentrates, precision farming is a better option to reduce production cost and to maximize output, that is agriculture production. Selenium is found naturally in wheat, eggs, cheese, nuts, and seafood, etc. It is an antioxidant and immunity booster. Scientists found that selenium nanoparticles, owing to their unique structure and properties, may be more effective than antibiotics as they have a larger surface area and therefore can be more in contact with the external environment. In this image, we can see that there are some nanoparticle traits, and through irrigation and through spray, these can enter in plant roots and on the leaves, and these image is showing that movement through the plant, inside the plant, and penetrate how it penetrate into the plant cell. Next is the difference between a bulk material and nanocomposite material. So these are some factors and difference. First one is melting point, optical properties, colors, surface reactivity, magnetic properties, conductivity, and bioavailability. My research work has some experimental and characterization techniques. First one is synthesis of selenium nanocomposites using chemical bath deposition or bottom up method we have used, and structural characterization through XRD, means X-ray diffraction method, and optical characterization through optical absorption spectroscopy. First one is synthesis of selenium nanocomposite. We purchased raw selenium from the market. We have added it into sodium sulfate with water. We made a mixture, and at temperature 80 degree for 12 hours. Then this component, this solution is sodium selenosulfate solution. In this image, this is polyacrylic acid. We used polyacrylic acid for capping this solution, and sodium selenosulfate solution liya hai, and then this is a nanocomposite. So in this image we can see that nucleation, accumulation, and stabilized and capped nanoparticles. Then we characterized through XRD, X-ray diffraction. So in this image we can see the X-ray diffraction pattern of selenium nanocomposite as nanocrystalline material with decreased particle size. The presence of sharp peaks show the highly crystalline nature of selenium composite. These are two sharp diffraction peaks we can see. The sample show diffraction peaks majorly at 2 theta at 22.21, this one, and 30.58, this one. in finally prepared nanocomposite, which indicates the planes. The X-ray diffraction pattern in final products shows that broadening of peaks due to polymer parts of the nanocomposites. These are some small peaks pattern. These show that polymer part is present in nanocomposite. Then, optical absorption spectra. This study revealed that regular and uniform arrangements of selenium nanocomposite cluster of granules in finally prepared sample, which was not observed in raw selenium. So it is clearly observed that the surface area was smooth after final preparation at this peak. In the presence of polyacrylic acid PAA as capping agent in selenium nanocomposite formation, and the particle size is small as revealed by the second order derivative by 265 nanometer. So the conclusion or summary of my research is nanotechnology considered a novel key to growing agriculture production through implementing nutrient efficiency, improved plant protection practices. Also, nanotechnology may have a real solution for various agriculture problems of farmers in rural areas. And the XRD analysis, X-ray diffraction analysis, further confirmed that the lowest particle size of nanoparticle is around 120 nanometer. Polymeric acrylic acid was used as a stabilizer or capping agent for the selenium nanoparticle. This research has a future scope that the selenium based nanotechnology can productively be used to produce consumer good for pharma, food, agriculture and remediation sectors, which are advantages in their characteristics. Future application of nanotechnology facilitates food preservation, nutrient enhancements, and safe delivery of micronutrients and bioactive components into plant. In this image, we can see the major difference between conventional agriculture and organic agriculture, bulk fertilizer mediate agriculture, and nano fertilizer mediate agriculture. In conventional agriculture method, we can see low productivity, stress and disease sensitive, nutritional deficiency. In organic agriculture, low production rate with respect to demand, nutritive food. It is a positive point. Biofertilizer may cause pathogenic signs. Bulk fertilizer mediate agriculture, higher production rate, but bioaccumulation of harmful fertilizer byproducts, affect natural resources, decrease nutrition quality. And in nano fertilizer mediate agriculture, high production, more nutritious food, save natural resources and sustainability as well. So future application of nanotechnology is that it facilitates food preservation, nutrients enhancements, and safe delivery of micronutrients and bioactive components into plants. The significant interest of use nanotechnology in agriculture include specific application like low-cost nanofertilizer and nanopesticide for poor farmers. A trace amount of nano iron pyrite can pump up seed and root metabolism and increase the production of certain crops for enhancement in farmers' economy. These are some references. Thank you. Any questions?
Meenakshi madam, any question? I do have one question, but I'm waiting for others if they want to ask first. Over to you, Ashwini sir. Any question from her presentation? Sir, unmute yourself, please.
Firstly, I must congratulate the presenter because they have taken selenium, which has recently been found as a very useful during last decades. Secondly, you are applying nanotechnology for the nutrient use efficiency increase. In agriculture, the worst part is that the amount of fertilizer which we apply is not taken up by the plant because of several reasons. And this, I appreciate that nanotechnology for fertilizer application is an important aspect. And I will request our president to get it patented, because this may be very good technology for farmers.
Sir, it is, sir, let me tell you about the university ideology. It is mandatory for these research scholars to go for patent in 80-85% cases. And when they take up the research and we moderate their synopsis, it is emphasized that they should do
Yes.
some novel work.
This is
So
novel
that
work, and I recommend it for patent.
University already have published more than 100 patents till now, and one patent have been granted to Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. So that's how we work. And
Congratulations.
thank you very much for your suggestion also.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have one question from you. You use selenium in making these nanoparticles.
Yes, sir.
There is a coating which is edible coating, and nowadays nano-edible coatings are getting popular. So how would you defend? Can it be used for that purpose also? Because what my opinion is that, my experience is that if that someone will eat those coated fruits with selenium coated nanoparticles, slowly it may harm the health of the person who is consuming these fruits and vegetables. So, and you wrote that you can use in food preservation. So defend it how you can use it in food preservation, if you have any idea.
Sir, for food preservation, I have no idea, but through irrigation and through spray, we can insert into plant.
Yeah, that's why I, asked this question. Never ever use the words in your PPT about whom you don't have any idea. Okay, so there are good things always, and there are the things which have to be pointed out. But your presentation was really nice. You know your work, and you're doing a good work. And as the Ashwini sir said, think about patenting your technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, I wanted to ask one thing, whether it is cost effective or not.
Yeah, I think that she's gone. You
She's
there,
gone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm presenting. No, sir, this is very low cost. So we can use for farmers and rural development area, rural development. Or and ma'am, one more thing. It is very easy to make a nanocomposite from selenium.
That you explained the method.
Yes, ma'am.
How to prepare the nanoparticles and all.
Yeah.
And second thing,
and silver nitrate is very popular for making the nanoparticles. So, but when the question comes for using for edible purpose, because my background is food technology. A lot of from last so many years I'm working on that food biotechnology. So when it comes towards the edibility, all these things stops us. Silver nitrate, selenium. So we have to look for some options. So that's why I did ask this question from you. And anyway, good work and nice presentation.
And second thing is, you have opened all the good points of it, but what are the harmful effects, and what are the limitations of it? There are some, because whenever we use something, like whenever we take some drugs also, it has side effects. So do you think there are some side effects of it?
No, ma'am, because we are not consuming it directly. As I shared in screen in presentation, we can spray, or through irrigation we are inserting it into plant root, or through spray. We are not eat it directly. We are not consuming it directly.
Suppose it is not harmful for you and me, but if it is harmful for nature, for atmosphere, for the sand quality, that too we must mention.
Okay.
If it is spoiling the sand quality, if it is spoiling the atmosphere when we are doing a spray, if it is harmful for some birds, some squirrel, or some birds who are around the tree or the plant, if it is harmful for them, then too.
Yes, he's talking about environmental hazards because of use. It's very natural, because if you will, commercialize it, all these things will be studied.
All the fertilizers which we use, except organic, are harmful. All the fertilizers which.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you. And now over to the next presenter.
Next presenter is Sonia Kukreti, and paper title is Tool and Techniques Used in Analysis of Medicinal Properties of Herbal Medicine. Paper code is AFBI-2022. So over to you, Sonia Kukreti.
Thank you, ma'am.
Will you share your PPT from there, or I need to share it from here?
Ma'am, I request to you, please share the PPT. Actually, I'm giving my presentation through phone due to having network issue and it is not connecting laptop. So I request to you.
So I'm sharing.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Good morning to highly dignitaries, Dean sir, and all the members who are presenting here. I, Sonia Kukreti, JVN Sonia Kukreti, PhD scholar under the Department of Food and Biotechnology, Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Science. And my topic is tool and techniques used in analysis of medicinal plant property of plant after post-harvesting. My topic is based on that why, what is the important medicinal plant, what is medicinal plant, and how we can proceed it for the proceed the procedure for to maintain the quality of plants after post harvest. So here I'm going to start. So under this topic, I try to cover the things how we can maintain the quality by different methods to protect the quantity and the quality of the medicinal plants. As we know, as an introduction, as we know, medicinal plants, we are very introduced from the past year in a health development and in enhance of immunities. Actually, from the last year, yeah, from the past year, people were not aware about the allopathic drugs. So they do believe in the uses of the homeopathic drugs and the Ayurvedic drugs. Actually, they didn't know about these qualities of them, but still, by the remedial roles, they were much know that how we can use it as in improve the health and as in introduce in the remedial sources for to improve the diseases. So medicinal plants, they are giving the good effects in our body and giving lack. Actually, I don't think so they are giving the harmful effect in our body. They are directly they are active in latent period, but it is they are involved to be improve immune system and improve the disease in a good way. So medicinal plants, they are giving the beneficial role to our body for the various organs, as the allopathic they are not doing it. As compare, I must to say, in allopathic they are highly effective in an instant period, but they are able to cause the side effects in the various stages. So that's why we have to be look for the uses of as much as use for the medicinal plants and their uses in the daily lives. So here I'm going to share so ma'am, please show the name of medicine which I mentioned in a chart. The next ma'am. This one. Under this chart, I was trying to show the some introduction of the some common medicines, common herbal medicines. They are usually we are using in our daily life. As an example, I must to say that Brahmi, it is botanical name is Brahmi Bacopa moneri. Its leaf, entire plant is used as for to recover, for to use in our health and their diets. Its component like bacosides, saponin, and glycoside. There is a component which is beneficial to our giving in our body, and it is the good time to be harvest of this plant during the Jan and Feb. As much as this is the period where the Bacopa moneri start to be grow and they are growing in a large quantity. We can get at the month of Jan and Feb. Next is giloy. Giloy, it is a very known medicinal plant. It is very effective, and as aspects of uses of giloy, Brahmi, it is very cost effective. It can be get very easily to the nearest of forest area that that it will be useful for those people. They cannot be buy allopathic drug at the instant period during the having the kind of diseases. So as I discussed about the giloy, its botanical name is Tinospora cordifolia. Its stem is very effective, act as an immunomodular antipyretic. The best time for the harvesting of it is it's around November to December. Its component that is like tenosporid and cardiocytes. This is the major component which act as the immunomodular in our body. Next is jamun. Its name, botanical name is Syzygium termini. Its fruit, seed, bark. Very effective to be recover the diabetes. Its harvesting period is very good during the July and August. Its component like anthocyanins, glycosides, allergic, mycelium seeds contain alkaloids that are helps to be protect ourselves for in case of the diabetes. They are the kind of protector and act as an immune enhancer during the case of diabetes. Next is neem. Its botanical name is Azadiratic indica. Its seed, leaf, most of part, pulp. It was also effective to be used as a insecticides. Its harvesting good time is June and July. It's azariracidin and fatty oil that has the quality to act as an insecticide. Next is tulsi. Tulsi also we can use it as an anti-care to protect the cancer. Its botanical name is Osmum centenum. Its leaf and seeds act as to be enhanced, and it is very effective in the case of allergic during asthma and heart disease. It is very effective. Its leaf and branch can be used as we can use, and its harvesting time is very its good harvesting time is November. Its terpenes they are highly effective in our body to give the beneficial role. So in the next slide, that is harvest of different plant. When we are going to harvest the plant, what component it is important, and what component is important to be get from the plant, from the trees also. Like as if we are going to conduct the bulb of plant at late autumn, we can get. If you are collecting the bark of plants, that is must beneficial at the time of autumn and before developing the leaves during the spring season. If you are going to conduct the root and rhizomes from annual shortly during flowering. If you are going to collect the leaves of plants, that must to be good for should be made in dry weather whilst in plant and flowering. When we are going to collect the flowers, it is good to be conduct from the dry weather and in early hours of day after dew some dispatched. Seeds and fruits, when we are going to harvest of the plant, it is good, it should be made in when fruits are fully growing, ripe and nearly ripe until otherwise it is required. For the annual herbs and the whole plant, it harvested at the time of initiation of flowering. In the next slide, after collecting the plant, after collecting the components of plant from the components of plant of tissue and the trees, we have to work for the washing of it, because when we are collecting as a natural source from the plant, that maybe have some chances to have some insects inside that pulp in the bark. So that it is important when we harvested the harvested the component plant of trees, we have to be allow them for the washing also, to be remove the unwanted particles and the dust. So it is important to allow the wash after collecting those components from the plant. We have to be remove soil from there, stones from there, and the foreign materials, and we have to apply for the seed after collecting the plants from the source. And then we have to allow it for the drying. There is a different method for the drying. We have to apply for the cultivation of the some components, and various methods here I have mentioned for the drying. Like it is the best when we are going to dry the particles in the direct sunlight. If there is not possibility to give the direct sunlight to that component, we can allow them the drying under the solar light. We can allow them the dry by the vacuum and as well as the air conditioners. If you are going to use the drying using vacuum, there have the many advantage, like it is providing rapid drying, relative low temperature, cleanliness, and freedom from odor and dust, independence to climate changes, and control to temperature, and has to eliminate of risk of fire. Air drying and the microwave drying, these are the technique we can use, and if we are working for the industrial base, and even some farmers, they cannot be they can also these this technique to be allow the drying of their seeds particles and the particles of the plants. Like there have air conditioner, microwave drying, over drying, and the freezing drying, like a lyophilization method we can use for the drying of this plant's component. If you are going for the air drying, usually taken 3 to 4 days of month. It depends on the sample dried. And we are looking for the microwave drying that is used as electromagnetic radiation that process both electrical and magnetic field. Under the freezing drying, it is a method is based on the principle of sublimination. Sublimination is the process when solid is changed into a gas phase without entering into the liquid phase. Sample is frozen at -80° to -20 prior lyophilization to solidify any liquid. So these are the method for the drying of the plant medicinal components after post harvesting. These are the technique basically. And then next step after drying of this component, we have to be stored at, we can store in a stainless container. We can store to maintain the good quality, to try to maintain the good qualities of component without harming on their phytochemical components by the conducting in the clean bag, and some containers we can use to be protected. After the collection of sample, as we have proceeded the all process, we have collected the sample, we have washed it, and then we have dried it, and we have stored it. Then we will move for the extraction. If I say that how farmer will use the extraction method for their technique for the preservation of the components of the plant, as in home remedies and the herbal drug, they can use extraction method by the normal pressure cooker. In the previous year, now as we know that we are highly active and highly knowledgeable to the various technique for the pre-analysis. If I must to say, for the pre-extraction preparation of the plant tissue, it is very there is a various instrument in the laboratory we can extract it. For the farmer, they can use the pressure cooker to be isolate the component by the using of water. What they will do, they will boil these plants for a few times, and then can collect their components, and they can preserve it for the long time as the source of medicine. In the pre-extraction preparation of plant, the initial stage is studying medicinal plant is preparation for plant sample, preserve and biomolecular plants prior to extraction. Plants such as leaves, bark, roots, fruits, and flower can be extracted from the fresh and dry plant materials. Before extraction, we have to allow the plant for the grinding. Grinding that can be done by lower particles, that can be done by the pistol motor. We can crush the plant components, and by the mixer grinder we can grind the particles of plants. Lower particle size increasing suffer constant between sample and extraction solvent. So grinding resulting in cores of smaller samples. Meanwhile, powder samples have a more homogenized and small particles leading to better surface contact with extraction of solvent. Why it is important to be grinded? Because the much of component we can get by the grinding of samples. Extraction methods. When we have moved for the extraction method is the separation of medicinally active portion plants using selective solvent through standard procedure. The process of all extraction is separate. The soluble plant is metabolized, leave behind the insoluble cellular marks. There is a various method for the extraction of plant culture, like maceration, infusion, perlocation, and decoction. When we are going to the extraction, so it is a major question how we can isolate the different components of plant materials. So there is a various solvent, those are available in the market, and we can use the water. If you are talking about the farmer, they are not much aware to the use of the extraction, how they can isolate the separate component of that. They can use the water for the isolation of this component. When they will do, they will collect the sample, and after the boiling they can contain their components. Apart of this, there is various solvent like methanol, petroleum ether, chloroform. These are organic solvent as used for the separation of the components phytochemical components of the
I
plant.
would like to interrupt at this point. We are not in a situation to provide more than 15 minutes for your presentation, so kindly conclude and wind up so that it can be moderated. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So as maceration, infusion, and manipulation, this is techniques of wine making and has been adopted and widely used in medicinal plant research. Succinate extraction or hot continuous extraction. It is also a method for the excretion of the component of plant tissue and their different components. Another technique is like as microwave assisted extraction. It is also used for the partition of the analytes from the sample matrix into the solvent. Under the conclusion, my concluded topic that was isolation of plant and their cure and maintenance before the extraction of method and the technique. After the extraction, we can allow our plant to for the different techniques like we can use TLC technique, GCMS and chloroform for the analysis of the components and purities and the quantity and quality of them. Thank you, sir.
Okay, over to you, Ashwini sir, and Meenakshi Mathur madam. This is ready for moderation. Sir, you please unmute yourself.
It is a good presentation, but it can be more concise. And only 2 points I want to raise regarding herbal medicines. What is the expiry date of the medicine, and what are the contents of the plant? Because many times export have come back because the content was not adequate, and always in foreign countries they always say what is the expiry date of your herbal medicine. So can you highlight these 2 points?
Hello.
Sir, if we are using as a dry condition of this component, we can preserve for the long time. Actually, at this time I'm not much able to say that for how many years we can preserve this component. But if we are drying, if we are using the drying component at the dry stage of plant component, we can preserve for the long time.
Maybe Professor Pramodji will throw some light on it.
Sir, a long time is not a correct answer. Actually, everything has expiry date, no matter is a herbal medicine or medicinal plant parts. But what I can say for sure, some of the herbal medicine, medicinal plant parts are like that. The more they are older they are, the more beneficial they are. But they have to have, in this era, all the bottles, all the materials will go and buy from the market. They have expiry date on it. And that is mandatory as per FSSAI and all the regulatory authorities. That's what is my submission. Over to you, Ashwini sir, if you can put more light on this.
Thank you. No, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, nice presentation. And I would like to tell all the presenters that we cannot give more than 15 minutes to your presentation because we have a long list here. And so present to the point and, do it more efficiently. Your presentation was good. It looks like a complete, review of all the techniques and use of medicinal plant parts, use of herbal medicines, their preservation, their storage, even the food safety aspects, good manufacturing practices. You involved a lot of stuff. So that's good. A comprehensive overview. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Now coming to the next presentation, and conference paper title is High Tech Farming Technology, which is rooftop farming, and paper code is AFBI-2022 and presenter name is Kumari Preeti Yadav from BSc Agriculture, third year.
I would request our director of the faculty, Dr. B.D. Yadav sir, kindly, listen this and moderate this because it is related to rooftop farming and you are a vegetable expert of horticulture, especially vegetable. Thank you.
Sir.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson, sir, Chairperson, ma'am, CEO and advisor, sir, all the high higher dignitaries sitting here and all the guests sitting here. I, Kumari Preeti Yadav, student of Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Science, is going to present a presentation over the topic high-tech farming technology, and that is rooftop farming. So, my first of all, I would like to introduce from by my topic introduction. As the name suggests, rooftop farming is the growing of crops on the rooftop of a building. In the meantime, urbanization and human activities induced climate changes impact are two distinct hot topics that are worth discussion. 54% of the total world population is urbanized. The share is expected to reach up to 66% in less developed region and 86% in most developed region by 2050. So the data is indicating that in the upcoming years we will have a shortage of land. In that purpose, in that condition, rooftop farming will be a solution for the growing of vegetables, crops, or the rearing of animals. In urban areas, lives of people are obstructed and there is scarcity of soil and land to cultivate plants. Rooftop farming is itself a prodigious idea for pitching a road towards sustainability. You can see the picture of rooftop farming. It is very obvious as this picture is indicating how it is done. There are some trays in which the vegetable is grown on the upper portion on the rooftop of a building. Idea originated modern literature. Where did this idea originate? Modern literature of green roof emerged in late 1970s when Germany began to encourage new construction to include plantings as part of the building structure. The German government was so convinced on the benefits of green rooftop that it implemented an incentive program in the early 1980s that lasted almost 20 years. Literature review. According to Van Kotham, rooftop spaces otherwise which remain unused is made use in urban area for organic vegetable production and horticulture. A study conducted to explore the production capacity of rooftop gardens in urban agriculture explores the multifaceted benefit associated with the implementation of rooftop garden in the city of Bolangana. The study conducted by Triguro Mas et al. Reveals the potential benefit of urban rooftop gardening in general and specifically for those with intellectual disabilities and mental health disorders. Research methodology. The study includes a baseline survey to explore the current trends of rooftop gardening to find out type of rooftop gardening, type of plant grown, how effective is the irrigation practices, type of fertilizer used and type of fertilizers for pesticides used, etc. In this research methodology, we first selected an area. The selection of relevant area is an invaluable part of the study. The area selected for the study is Immaculum City. Immaculum City is the city in Kerala which is going to be going to do rooftop farming in the upcoming years. Due to urbanization, people possess very little area around the house with no space for gardening in the city. Then selection of samples were done. A selection of 102 respondents residing in Immaculum City maintaining a rooftop garden has been selected for the study. Purposive sampling technology is used for the selection of the sample. Selection of tool is done. The selection of an appropriate tool for the rooftop gardening is done in this study. An interview schedule was formed and the information was collected on the rooftop for the rooftop farming. Then data analysis. When we made when we did all this process, then data analysis was done. The data was consolidated, considered, and classified, tabulated, and analyzed. Then results. A survey was conducted covering 12 rooftop gardens in South Delhi to document the diversity of pollinator like bees, honeybees, butterflies. Results are summarized as under. Identification of bees and butterflies are done through mobile application. The result shows that 12 butterflies were spotted on the rooftop garden. Common grass yellow butterfly has been spotted among 8 rooftop garden. Common jezebel bee egg, the least common, have been spotted on 3 rooftop garden. There are some benefits of rooftop gardening. These are: it converts carbon dioxide emission, it produces oxygen, it reduces the heat of building and energy cost, it creates habitat for wildlife, it reduces ambient temperature, it captures and harvests rainwater, it reduces stormwater runoff discharge. Then there is conclusion. The study concludes is that Green roof can be potential way to meet the growing demand of fresh food and also make a majority improvement in the quality life of urban people by contributing to the various environmental benefits such as purifying the air. It also has benefit at societal level as it can be perfect place for gathering and relaxing and also help to increase the property value of rooftop garden, host property as well as surrounding. It is hoped that this study will be beneficial to the ongoing research of environmental, economic and social benefit of green roof. Thank you.
Very good presentation, and you did an effort to prove the rooftop farming is the important in coming days and will also turn into the revenue generation, into the income and the utilization of empty roofs, which are adding heat to the whole home or even in the buildings. So, but there are a lot of technical aspects there. So over to you, BD Yadav sir, for question and answer from the student, whatever you want to ask.
Yes, very good, nice presentation. I will like to suggest that you can also introduce some plants. Which plants can be grown in rooftop gardening?
Sir, vegetable crops can be grown and like a flower crops we can grow on rooftop. Also we can rear small animals on the rooftop.
No, he is asking you. You name few vegetables which can be grown in rooftop farming. It's not like that we can grow anything. There are limitations. Yeah, that's what he is asking, and it's a good question.
Like
it's not like
leafy
go and
vegetables mostly.
grow anything. So answer, please. Try to answer the question.
We can grow loki. We can also take some crops like potato, tomato from the rooftop gardening.
And mostly leafy vegetables which are preferred in rooftop garden.
Yeah, this is the answer, and this is the right thing. And we were expecting this answer from you. If you go in the winter season, a lot of people are growing spinach, people are growing cilantros, and all other kind of herbs. So, yeah, good question and a good answer also by our VD Yadav sir himself and his student. He also tried to answer. Yes, tomatoes are also being grown, brinjals, potatoes. Yeah, but herbs are the top priority.
You can also grow cucurbitaceous crops.
Or even leafy vegetables. All the leafy vegetables. Yes. But one point which I want to because I am doing it on my roof, there is a lot of, though it remained cool, but there is hazard to the building. The water gets seepage inside the roof. The slightest of cut or there is a crack in the roof can cause seepage in the building, and that is spoiling all the paint and weakening of walls of house.
But nowadays the system is like this that excess water can
get drained,
remove from some source of pipes extra.
So that is like doing rooftop farming with these things. Precautions. There is a paint available, which is
limitations. There are some limitations.
And that prevent
the
penetration.
Technologies has advanced nowadays. Even the containers are there, grow bags are there, and we see every other day we go and look, and even I myself involved in this a lot on my rooftop. And but if you are a little bit cautious and using the right technique, there is no harm. And as the VD sir told, a drainage can be provided very well.
Watering system is also different for rooftop farming.
Sometimes there are some problems also coming.
Water like we doing in the pipes.
Micro irrigation is the most successful.
Drip irrigation is also.
Yesterday, Mr. R.P. Yadav.
Otherwise, it's good.
Yeah. Next presenter, please.
Next presentation is about the new era of modern agriculture techniques for upliftment of rural communities. Paper code is AFBI-2022 and presenter name is Aditi, who is research scholar of FAB. Over to you, Aditi. On your camera. Aditi, are you there?
Good morning. Good morning, ma'am. Good morning to all respected dignitaries. Myself, Aditi Panpalia, PhD scholar of biotechnology.
So here I am sharing your PPT. So continue with that.
Good morning, everyone. My topic is. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Continue.
My topic is new era of modern agriculture technique for the upliftment of rural community. How can the techniques help us for the upliftment of the rural community? The aim of this paper is to raise the productivity and raise the income of farmers, because as we all know that the poverty is increasing in our country. How can we can increase the income of the farmer by the use of the modern technology to achieve the food security? As we all know that the agriculture is the vital source of the rural sector, and the overall development of nation is developing the village. As our leaders have said that the overall development of the nation when it will become when we develop the villages. Why the importance of technology is like the positive impacts of technology in agriculture affects in many areas of agriculture like fertilizers, pesticides, seed technology, and to reduce the manual labor are effective or for the time consuming many modern technology has evolved. Like the modern techniques are through mechanization of agriculture we can improve, like through modern technique we can reduce the time consuming process. Second is the artificial intelligence for climate, like we can check the rainfall, temperature, humidity through our remote sensors, drones, and many other tools which can improve our productivity in crop yield and process. Like through biotechnology, super crop, hybrid crops are there because genetic engineering uses the understanding of DNA to identify and work with genes, which can also increase the productivity in yield, crop productivity. Use of big data for improving farm yields. It is useful for decision making for solving problems through data function. If we know the data, we can improve our farm yield also. Next is farm mechanization. To achieve food security for helping farmer in India to obligate a lot of farming community by increasing their income. How we can increase the income? Because challenges facing in our country like hunger, poverty, malnutrition. The main basic aim of my topic is how intervention played a role through modern technology and mechanism. We can increase or sustain the income of farmers in our rural community. Farm mechanization includes support farmers making agriculture more enriching. Many schemes are involved, like paddy thresher, drill, solar sprayer. Like paddy thresher machine is used to separate the grain from the crop. Drill for sowing the machine is used. Many multiple benefits are there. We can save the water, good sprouting, and also financial savings. Next is the solar sprayer. This machine is used to spray the pesticides, and this is not the time-consuming process. We are working on the time should not be the time should not be the time consuming process should be there, not like should take more and more and more in time. Individual can spray himself in 1 biga. I did my review paper also in that one individual can spray himself in 1 biga, which is covered minimum by 30 minutes. Next, the entrepreneurial step. Now we all know that 2020 to 30 is a business entrepreneur. We can every farmer can become an entrepreneur and can earn a lot of money. Like I have shared this slide that the project team of foundation provide NGO provide a subsidized zero tillage machine to a farmer. He operates the machine and he give rent for other farmer also, so he can increase his income. This is the entrepreneurial step, the major step. Conclusion is that world populations condemn like growing and again, and it is estimated that by 2050, 9 billion people are going to there. The increasing role of technology, the issues only forward to food security future, while increasing the technology is only aim like to for the food secure for the future. And technology can also help in a foreign exchange for countries, which also increase productivity and also increase the financial budget also, so that it can help the farmer or it helps the rural community to develop. We can spread the information through digital communication so that every farmer can aware, every rural community people can aware about it, all new technology. Thank you.
Yeah, her presentation is now open for moderation, question, answer. If any of you want to ask, it's open.
Anyone?
There are some additions also maybe there, like use of drone technology in agriculture. Nowadays, farmers are using large-scale drones for spraying purpose, and the contribution also weed control, modern technology to control the weeds in particular vegetables and crops also. So parameters should also include. Thanks.
Thank you.
Can I comment, sir? My comment is that
yes, absolutely, you can comment. Yes, please.
There was a huge program of soil testing undertaken by our government under leadership of our beloved Prime Minister, and millions of samples were analyzed. The basic aim of that was to determine scientifically how much fertilizer is to be used. As my previous studies say, that Rajasthan soils are not deficient in potassium, but the people provide NPK mixture. So nutrient use efficiency and proper application of fertilizer in the proper place is first point. Second issue is processing. Lot of aloe vera is produced in Rajasthan, but it is taken to Ambala or Punjab, where it is processed. Then the small tube of aloe vera costs hundreds of rupees. So basically, we are producer, but we are not processor. So maybe, Mr. President, in this direction, can we think of processing units?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your suggestion and comment, and you spoke about the soil testing initiative taken by Government of India. So we also participated in that in soil testing for a year or so. Just wait a minute. Yes, there was some interruption. Yeah, so we also participated in that for a year or so with the government of Rajasthan in providing the facilities of soil testing samples, of the entire Rajasthan. So that is good. And the one thing which you told, that it was actually done to find out how much fertilizer was used. So that thing which is something which is new for me also. So thank you very much for the information and your suggestion.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Hello. Sir, like when can we process of entrepreneurship training for the other farmers in rural community? Then how can they build the entrepreneurship?
No, you're not clearly audible. Speak slowly. What you want to ask?
Sir, can we build like training for farmers about the entrepreneurship training?
Absolutely, we can definitely start the training for the farmers for the entrepreneurship training, and we have done in the past with the help of government funding for 2 years on the medicinal plants, its cultivation, post harvest technology, and entrepreneurship aspects, and we trained a whole lot of farmers in 2 years. So it can also be done again. There is no harm in that. It's always good. But the thing is that the drawback is that it's tough to change the habits, especially of the farmers. If they fear from growing something, they will not grow. They would like to stick what they are doing because they have a security sense of security in that. But if you tell them grow this is new species, this is new stuff, this is new thing, you will get more money. They hesitate a little bit, and till that hesitation will not go, nothing will happen. And it takes time changing the habits, no matter if these are the food habits, these are the habits of what you are cultivating, what you are eating, what you're doing. So that is something that the government is doing a lot of efforts, NGOs are doing a lot of efforts. Need is to come, the universities come up, take care of their local areas, and then the problem will be solved, and its pace will be faster. That's what I think. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, next presentation, please, Kushu madam.
Next presentation is about scientific development of smart farming technologies and their applications in India. And paper code is AFBI-2022, and presenter name is Hemlata Kumawat from BSc Agriculture 4th year.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable Advisor and CEO Sir, Honorable IC President Sir, Director Sir, and all the other experts present here. I, JVN Hemlata Kumaut, pursuing BSc Agriculture Honours final year student from this university, presenting a paper on topic Scientific Development of Smart Farming Technologies and Their Applications in India. What is smart farming? Smart farming based on incorporation of information and communication technologies into machineries, equipment, and sensors in agriculture production systems allow a large volume of data and information to be generated with progressive insert of automation into the process, and four types of technology application in smart farming, that is recording and mapping technology, tractor, GPS and connecting tools, apps and farm management and information system, autonomously operating machines. What is smart farming? Smart farming is an development that emphasizes the use of information and communication technology in the cyber physical farm management cycle. Smart farming represents the application of modern information and communication technology into agriculture, leading to what can be called as third green revolutions and main pillars of smart farming, that is increasing agriculture productivity, increase adaptivity capacity at multiple scale, and reduce greenhouse gases and emissions. IoT in smart agriculture. It is a main part of smart agriculture. Smart farming based on IoT technologies enable growers and farmers to reduce waste and enhance productivity, ranging from the quantity of fertilizers utilized to the number of journey the farm vehicles have made, and enable efficiency utilize of resources such as water, electricity, etc. IoT smart farming solution is a system that is built for monitoring the crop improvement with the help of sensors, that is light, humidity, temperature, soil moisture, crop health, etc. This is the component of different IoT. Internet of Things are connected for smart agriculture, smart warehouse, smart supply chains, smart homes, and smart manufacturing, and all the others. Smart sensing for agriculture. Sensors are responsible for measuring and monitoring all factors in the smart system. For example, soil health monitoring, has spatial sensors such as nutrition content, phosphate content, soil moisture, and compaction on so on. The smart irrigation system include many sensors for monitoring water level, irrigation efficiency, climate sensor, and this is a smart sensor to use in agriculture. Conclusion. The current work illustrates the importance of smart agriculture on improving and increasing agriculture production in order to contribute to reducing the food demand gap. IoT is considered and backbone of smart agriculture technology, so it connects all components of smart systems not only in agriculture field but also in other applications. Thank you. Questions?
Dr. Yadav, any comments?
Yeah. Please, can you suggest some examples of smart farming in our nearby university area, where farmers are using smart farming?
सर जैसे हम मतलब जनरेशन को फूड अवेलेबल करवाने के लिए साइंटिफिक हम लोग टेक्नोलॉजीज यूज करते हैं जैसे
You have seen greenhouse farming nearby.
टेक्नोलॉजीज ग्रीन हाउस पॉली हाउस प्रोडक्टिविटी ज्यादा लेने के लिए हम लोग वो टेक्निक्स यूज करते हैं
Fully automatic greenhouse in which the farmers are using irrigation, fertigation, temperature, humidity control, all these parameters. And as plant requires water, then automatically water irrigation starts. Then plant requires nutrients, then automatically nutrients starts for plant. So nearby, you have seen the farmer Khemaram Chaudhary.
जी सर
They are having so many greenhouse and earning more than crore rupees per year.
जी सर
Thank you.
थैंक यू
Yes, yeah. So it was a good presentation and was a bit busy. So I think Ashwini sir already has commented and Vidyapeeth sir has already commented. And what I would like to say that call the next presentation, next presenter for the next presentation. Thank you. But I would like to add, Khushbu madam, if when the comments are done, you can yourself call the next presenter for the presentation. Okay.
जी sir.
Once the comments are done, questions are asked, yourself can also call the next presenter.
Next presentation is about post-harvest technologies for employment generation in India's rural sector. Paper code is 306 and paper presenter names are Priya Meena and Priyanka Kumari from BSc Agriculture 4th year.
Namaste and good morning. Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable Advisor, CEO Sir, faculty member and all the expert high dignitaries, or dear JVN. Today I am here to represent my presentation on the topic of post-harvest technology for employment generation in rural sector. Content. Introduction, benefits of post-harvest handling equipment, Post-harvest technology for employment and income generation. Employment opportunities. Post-harvest technology best enterprises. इंट्रोडक्शन पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट होता क्या है पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी इन्वॉल्व्स ऑल ट्रीटमेंट और प्रोसेस दैट अगर फ्रॉम टाइम ऑफ हार्वेस्टिंग अंटिल द फूड स्टब्स रीचेज द फाइनल कंज्यूमर efficient techniques for harvesting, transportation, handling, storage, processing, packaging, marketing, and utilization, etc. are component of the post-harvest chain. post-harvest technology का मतलब है कि जो प्रोडक्ट हार्वेस्टिंग के बाद जो प्रोडक्ट मिलता है उसमें हम सेल्फ लाइफ इंक्रीज करने के लिए जो टेक्नोलॉजी अपनाते हैं वो हमारी पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी. बेनिफिट्स ऑफ पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी. Post harvest machine increase farming results. Post harvest machine also enhance quality in production, less time consuming. It reduce post harvest losses. Value addition, employment generation. Value addition का मतलब है कि जो प्रोडक्ट हमें हार्वेस्टिंग के बाद मिलता है उसकी सेल्फ लाइफ इंक्रीज करना. जैसे टोमेटो है उसको हम केचप बनाना, सॉस बनाना, आंवले का कैंडी बनाना, etc. Next, post harvest handling equipment. First है spongy dryer, eliminate surface water to dry the product later washing. Second was wax coating machine. It is done on organic production like apples. It laces watermarks and further develop the appearance of products. Third, polishing and brushing machine. Brushes against the products used to eliminate residue and splash build up and further develops the appearance of organic products. Thank you. Now for further explanation on this topic, I would like to invite my colleague Jayven Priyamina.
Namaste. I JVN Priyamina pursuing BSc Honours Agriculture 8th Sem from Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Science. Then my topic is post harvest technology for employment and income generation. हम post harvest के through income कैसे generate कर सकते हैं, लोगों को कैसे employment बना सकते हैं. So the food processing industry in India is labor intensive and offers a major employment opportunity. The industry employs 18 से 20% of country's labor and contribute around 50% to the industrial production. जो कंट्री के 18 से 20% लेबर है वो फूड इंडस्ट्री में वर्क करते हैं, बाकी इंडस्ट्रियल प्रोडक्शन में 50% काम करते हैं. प्रोसेसिंग एक्टिविटीज कैन हेल्प इम्प्रूव द रॉ मटेरियल क्वालिटी एंड एनहांस सेल्फ लाइफ. जो एग्रीकल्चर से हमको जो रॉ मटेरियल मिलता है हम उसका प्रोसेसिंग के थ्रू उसका जो सेल्फ लाइफ है उसको इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं और क्वालिटी को बेस्ट बना सकते हैं. Also, these units can take up the activities of supplying primarily processed raw material to large scale industries. और raw material से बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट बनाए जाते हैं जो कि large scale industry भी होती है और small scale industry भी हो सकती है. Employment opportunity क्या क्या हो सकती है? Processing activities such as flour making, production of potato chips, spice, grinding, cleaning and grading of grains were successfully performed involving men and women. इसमें हम पोटैटो चिप्स बना सकते हैं, स्पाइस ग्राइंडिंग कर सकते हैं, क्लीनिंग कर सकते हैं, ग्रेडिंग कर सकते हैं, जो कि मैन एंड वुमेन के लिए एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करेगा. इससे इनकम जनरेट होगी क्योंकि उन लोगों को हम बताएंगे कि फ्लोर मेकिंग कैसे होता है, चिप्स कैसे बना सकते हैं, स्पाइस कैसे ग्राइंड कर सकते हैं. ये सब उनको वर्क अलग अलग तरीके से दिया जा सकता है और गाँव में भी जाके लोगों को इसमें बताया जा सकता है, अवेयर किया जा सकता है कि पोटैटो चिप्स वगैरह और बाकी जो फूड प्रोडक्ट्स बनते हैं इसमें वो सब उन सब के बारे में हम उनको बताएंगे. Post-harvest technology based enterprise for women. It would not only increase their income but also help in achieving household food and nutritional security at an affordable cost. ये वुमेन्स के लिए बहुत बड़ा एंटरप्राइज है. इसमें हम लोग अपने फूड प्रोडक्ट्स को बना के उनकी इनकम जनरेट कर सकते हैं, इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं और हाउस होल्ड भी लाइवलीहुड भी उनका अच्छा बेस्ट बना सकते हैं. न्यूट्रिशन सिक्योरिटी भी इसमें अच्छी रहेगी, कॉस्ट भी अफोर्डेबल रहेगा. जब वो लोग अगर उनका प्रोडक्ट बनेगा वो पैसे कमाएंगे तो वो किसी भी चीज को अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं, चाहे वो कॉस्टली हो या फिर कम हो. इसमें हम पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट बेस्ड एंटरप्राइजेस क्या क्या बना सकते हैं. हम इसमें जो सोयाबीन होता है अपना ग्लाइसिन मैक्स, उसमें फुल सेट सोया फ्लोर बना सकते हैं जिसमें हमारा 42% तो प्रोटीन प्रेजेंट रहता है और 20% ऑयल रहता है. और इसमें ये इसमें फाइबर हाई होता है, प्रोटीन हाई होता है, ये कोलेस्ट्रॉल फ्री होता है और इसमें ओमेगा 3 फैटी एसिड्स पाए जाते हैं, इसमें फैट्स पाया जाता है, कार्बोहाइड्रेट प्रेजेंट होता है। इससे हम सोया फ्लोर बना के, मतलब जो सोयाबीन की जो साबुत फली होती है उसी को पीस के इससे सोया फ्लोर बनाया जाता है। उसके बाद है सोया फोर्टिफाइड बिस्किट्स। सोया फोर्टिफाइड बिस्किट हम बना सकते हैं, इसमें मतलब एक मिनट, सोया फोर्टिफाइड बिस्किट वो होता है जिसमें फोर्टिफिकेशन मतलब कि जो फूड होता है उसमें माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स ऐड किए जाते हैं, जिससे सोया फोर्टिफाइड बिस्किट बनता है। सोया पनीर टोफू। सोया पनीर कब कैसे बनाया जाता है? जब सोया मिल्क को हीट करके उसमें कॉन्गुलेट मैग्नीशियम सॉल्ट मिलाया जाता है तो उससे सोया पनीर बनता है। इसमें ये एनिमल बेस्ड होता है पनीर, और टोफू है वो प्लांट बेस्ड होता है। इसमें पनीर में अपना केसिन पाया जाता है जबकि टोफू में लाइसिन पाया जाता है। और अगर किसी को टोफू पसंद ना हो तो वो पनीर को कंज्यूम कर सकता है, और पनीर ना पसंद हो तो टोफू को कंज्यूम कर सकता है, क्योंकि पनीर से एलर्जिक बीमारी कोज होती है। थैंक यू सर।
Yes, your presentation was real good, and the good thing is that you crossed the language barrier and spoke and told the things which you were thinking to tell. That is good. I have two questions. Number one is that the product which you are showing are already in the market. So my question is this: if they are already in the market, what you are telling, for the sustainability of the income to the rural people? And number two question, when you define the post harvest, use a word during the harvest. If I am saying post harvest, so where is the question of during the harvest? Those are the things which you have to take care during the harvest. कटाई के समय जो बातें ध्यान रखनी है, कटते ही पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट स्टार्ट होगा। जब आप काट रहे हैं, naturally those things which you are not using properly during harvest, they will definitely affect the post harvest life. If you are not using some cutter, if you are throwing the fruits and vegetables, bruising is happening, it's long, several things are there. So never ever use the word during the harvest when you're defining post harvest. However, you can say that yes, if we will not be careful during the harvest, post harvest life will be affected. So that the first thing which I give you suggestion, and correct your mistake. Second thing which I asked you, you have to answer. आप जब आप बताइए, जब सोया फ्लोर भी मार्केट में है, टोफू, सोया पनीर, सोया बिस्किट्स, सो फिर आप कैसे एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट करवाएंगे इससे? आंसर है इसका, आपको सिर्फ उसको थोड़ा एलोबोरेट करना है, एंड देन वी विल टेक द कमेंट्स ऑफ अदर एक्सपर्ट्स आल्सो।
सर, जो सोया फ्लोर, सोया बिस्किट वगैरह होते हैं, वो जो गांव में लोगों को पता नहीं है इस चीज के बारे में, तो हम लोगों को उनको अवेयर करने पड़ेगा।
राइट, बिल्कुल सही आंसर है, दिस इज द राइट आंसर। और सेकंड चीज ये भी है कि जो हमारा पॉपुलेशन है, कंज्यूमर बेस है, वो बहुत वाइड है, अवेयरनेस अभी इतनी ज्यादा है नहीं। इंटरमीडिएटरी प्रोसेसर भी बन सकते हैं, जरूर नहीं कि पूरा टोफू बनाए, उसका बीच का कोई ऑपरेशन कर सकते हैं, इंडस्ट्रीज से कनेक्ट हो सकते हैं। सो अल्टीमेटली नो नीड टू फियर, just go those rural community, they have get involved in them. And our university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, is having a Mahila Samuh Gram Udyog, where we train time to time, and we train our students, and we go in nearby villages. In the past we have gone a lot, and where we have spread the awareness about this thing. You make papad, you make badi, you make pickle, you make jam, everything is sellable in the market. Because Ashwini sir, let me tell you that consumer base is very big. Even if they can tap a few percentage, they will be making their income sustainable for sure. Care ka achar is doing very good. If they can grow amla, they can go for the amla processing, amla juice and amla murabba and amla powder. So definitely post harvest is to be elaborated more, it is to be encased more, it is to be utilized more by the people, and that's why ICR itself as well as Ministry of Food Processing Industry is doing hard work, and it is coming up at a faster rate, that's for sure, and it is being added further to the village tourism. So that was my submission, and you answered nicely the second question. Over to other experts, and especially to Ashwini Kumar sir and Meenakshi Mathur madam, and even to our director Dr. B.D. Yadav sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, I would like answer the question. You have any idea about post-harvest losses in India?
सर environment के कारण होता है, microbes के कारण
How
जो
much in quantity or in amount? How much losses?
30 to 40%.
Huh?
30 to 40%.
Yes, 30 to 40%. But how much in amount? I can answer.
No, sir.
More than 1 lakh crore rupees we are losing every year. More than 1 lakh crore rupees. It means a wide loss. And another question, what is the role of field heat in post-harvest?
Yes, and they have to also tell what to do after the harvest to control that.
Field heat.
सर हमको अगर हार्वेस्ट करते हैं किसी भी फ्रूट या वेजिटेबल्स को हार्वेस्ट करने के बाद उनको सर छाया में रखना पड़ेगा, कूल जगह में रखना पड़ेगा ताकि टेम्परेचर कम.
Pre-cooling. The right terminology is pre-cooling. Soon after harvest, you bring it in a shade, in a cool room. Pre-cooling करना पड़ेगा, and that will just to remove the field heat. कोशिश करें कि field heat ना आए early in the morning harvesting.
That's why
late in the evening.
Farmers are harvesting their produce in early in the morning or late in the evening. Yes, thank you, sir.
Would like
Can
to
I-
know
can
your comments also.
Can I give a comment?
Absolutely.
Almost in 2000, I was in Japan, and there were a lot of talk about nutraceuticals. That time I did not realize much, but it is a technique of selling your product in the name of nutraceutical in a package, just like they are selling haldi up to a small package for $100, and it is simple haldi which we produce in India. And you see, three actors are advocating a pouch of some 1 rupee in film industry. So it is marketing technology which the farmer need to put their product into the market in a condition that is value addition or biofortification. But proper marketing is very essential. Masalas are advertised by big heroes for crores of rupees. So the same masala is available in the market. And what special happens if it is put in some packing? So I would suggest that maybe Jyoti Vidyapeeth also start some branding of the local produce and brings it in the market. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah, absolutely. I would like to add to this. Our late founder, Dr. Pankaj Garg, sir, who was really visionary. Before he left, he started My Pedawar. It was, and the name is there. My Pedawar was the concept where this branding was supposed to be used. And we are
Very
committed to take it ahead in the leadership of our dynamic, vibrant advisor and CEO, Vedant Garg, sir. Definitely will work on that.
Very
That
much.
is very good stuff. And the name has already been decided, My Pedawar. So it will
Very
be
good,
branded
very
on
good.
behalf of the university for the farmers, and they will be provided the marketing also. Thank you very much, sir.
Very good, very good, sir. I'm happy.
Thank you.
Now we are moving to the next presentation. Which is about low-cost, innovative post-harvest technologies for fruit and vegetable vendors for enhancing their income generation. And paper code is AFBI-2022 and presenter names are Shivani Mishra and Shreya Singh. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, we heard you and you are audible.
PPT is visible to all of you?
Yeah, it is coming up. Yeah, it's visible. It's gone.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable Advisor and CEO Sir, Honorable President Sir, Director Sir, and all the other experts present here. I am JVN Shivani Mishra.
I am JVN Shreya Singh, pursuing BSc Agriculture Honours, final year. Now we are going to present on low-cost innovative post-harvest technology for fruit and vegetable vendors for enhancing income generation. What is post-harvest technology? Post-harvest technologies constitute an interdisciplinary science and techniques applied to agricultural commodities after harvesting for the purpose of preservation, conservation, quality control, processing, packaging, distribution, marketing, utilization to meet the food and nutritional requirements of the people in relation to their needs. Let's see how post-harvest technology enhance agricultural production, prevents post-harvest losses, improves nutrition, adds value to agricultural products, opens new marketing opportunities, and generates new jobs. The main objectives are to reduce loss in quantity or volume and the product's qualitative or nutritional value, to maintain the excellent quality of the produce, color, taste, flavor, and aroma, to increase the shelf life of the crops, to keep the fruits or vegetables or commodities free from insects and pests, to get vegetables and fruits fresh all year around. Now, see how to add value to fruits and vegetables. Mango and other fruit pulps, pickles, chutney, sauces, etc. Tomato products like paste, puree, and ketchup. Fruit jam, marmalade, squashes, juices, etc. Frozen products like frozen peas, cauliflower, etc.
Let's see which new technologies are introduced for fruit and vegetable vendors for enhancing income generations. New cooling system and temperature control. The rapid cooling after harvest is so important. If the temperature is lowered and the harvested products are put into refrigerated storage, water and quality loss can be reduced. Zeed, as Zeed is the one of the simplest and yet most efficient evaporative coolers. For example, tomatoes and guavas that normally expire within 2 days without any storage last up to 20 days in Zeed. Reducing fresh produced waste through sustainable packaging. Major supermarket chains are already leading the way by encouraging their suppliers to use bio-based packaging materials, and this trend is likely to grow. The next decade will see significant production of bio-nanocomposites for food industry use. Time temperature indicator technology. The time temperature indicator technology is among the most widespread intelligent packaging techniques. TTI are also used as freshness indicator for estimation of the shelf life of perishable product. TTI is a smart device or label which is used to introduce excessive heat temperature. Emerging smart packaging technologies. To date, there are three major technologies for the production of intelligent packaging: sensors, indicators, and radio frequency identification system. Now, I would like to conclude our presentation as post-harvest innovations, as described above, coupled with the context of greening food value chains, can have a very large impact on the prevention, reduction, as well as possible recapture of value in food losses. Thus, it is clear that policymakers and decision makers must consider such an approach, especially as it contributes to improve food security, health and safety, the mitigation of climate change, and increase employment opportunities. Thank you.
So, any question?
What is the role of Zero energy chamber.
Yes, sir.
What is the role of zero energy chamber? In post harvest
Have you
process.
heard about zero energy chamber? Zero energy cool chamber? Have you ever gone to poly house in the university? Did you see when you enter there in the left hand side there is a thatched roof and under
At the gate of the farm.
yeah.
So
So answer the question is asking.
evaporative coolers.
Evaporative cooling, that is also known as evaporative cooling, but the name zero cool energy cool chamber is popular as no energy is used in that, except the natural temperature difference and humidity, RH.
We can store the fruits and vegetables at vendor level for some few days.
To increase shelf life of the fruit and vegetable.
Yeah, to increase the shelf life.
IITians recently have used the same technology and they have made two types of zero energy cool chamber. One type is fixed structure, which will be made at the farmer's field, which is little bit of improved form. And another one, they have made a movable evaporative cool chamber in which these little vendors, they can put their vegetables in the noon time. What happens when these vegetable vendors, they are selling the vegetables, there is no one to buy the vegetables at 1 o'clock after 12:30 or so, because it's too much high temperature nowadays, especially in summer. So what they do, they use some of the jute clothes to cover their vegetables. But since this cooler has been in improved form now, it is movable. They can store their vegetables for 4 or 5 hours till they reopen their shop in that cooler, and it will be fresh. As well as in the night, whatever is the leftover vegetables, they can also store them for the next day use. So that's what he was talking about. Zero energy cool chamber is the traditional one, plus new improved form has been developed by IITians, and they have made it a startup, and it is going up at a faster rate. So you need to be in touch of latest literature. So that was about the zero energy cool chamber. Over to you, Ashwini sir, if you want to ask. Please unmute yourself.
More emphasis is needed regarding the marketing. The whole structure of farm income and the theme of the conference is also supported. Maybe Yadavji will also say that farmers have no dearth in production, but our produce are taken away and then some marketed in a way that which brings them much money to the farmer. I'm very happy to note that already there is a suggestion that my product is going on Jyoti Vidyapeeth, and if you will sell a mirch with the label of Jyoti Vidyapeeth, my product, I will certainly buy that over the market product because the quality and assurance will be there.
Yeah, sir,
So,
let me, yes. The correct name is My Pedawar.
My Pedawar, very good.
Yes.
I'm very happy, and all these students are making good effort. I'm very happy to see their inputs, but they need some more guidance from you, sir.
Absolutely,
Thank
sir.
you.
They are in pipeline, and so they are learning these things, and I'm very happy. All the presenters who are doing the post-harvest technology presentation, they know the real meaning of post-harvest technology, and that's what the ICR as well as MOFPI, other agencies, because our losses are at a very high rate still. Somewhere 20 to 25% produce we are losing. Either it is China, Brazil, or India. They all are number 1, 2, 3. Sometime India, sometime Brazil, sometime China. But their losses are not that much. Our losses are very high. There's a need of cold chain development on which MFPI is working. So the infra is coming up. The farmers are getting aware. The graduates, students, they are getting aware. So all the presentation being done in post-harvest technology area are really good. And you also picked up a very nice topic for the vendors, because there are a lot of losses when these vendors, they try to sell out their vegetables. Sometimes you speak to them and you will find out the truth. Someday they make good profit, and someday they are in the loss. So they have to adopt some of the other primary processing technologies there. So in next presentation include them, It was a good effort, and you know what you're doing. That is the best thing. Thank you very much for nice presentation.
Very good.
Now coming to the next presentation, which is about hydroponics solution for soilless production system in smart agriculture. And paper code is AFBI-2022 and presenter names are Akanksha Chaudhary and Sakshi Singh from BSc Agriculture, third year.
I would like to tell the presenters then at least read or explain what you are telling. Don't be, if we said like 15 minutes, doesn't mean that you are just going at a very fast pace. So keep this thing in mind that whatever you are telling, tell. Till now, everyone is doing all right, but still as a cautionary measure, I added this. Thank you.
Next is PPT is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Namaste to Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable Advisor and CEO Sir, Honorable President Sir and Director Sir and all expert present here. I, JVN Akanksha Chaudhary, pursuing BSc Honours Agriculture, third year, Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Sciences from this university. Now I'm going to present PPT on the topic of hydroponic solution for soilless production in smart agriculture. Soilless culture. Soilless culture is an artificial means of providing plants with support and reservoir for nutrients and water. Soilless culture systems have been recognized as a viable method of producing vegetables like the tomatoes, lettuce, spinach, melons, and cucumbers, as well as ornamental crops such as herbs, roses, and foliage plants. Some fruit crops, for examples, like the strawberries, raspberries, and also as well suited for soilless culture. Types of soilless culture. Closed soilless culture type, first है, in which in closed soilless culture frameworks, the dissolved supplements are recycled and the supplements concentration observed and balanced in a manner. For example, aeroponic system and hydroponic system. Second, open soilless culture type. In open soilless framework, a new dissolved supplement is involved for every irrigation cycle. Next, hydroponics. What is hydroponics? Hydroponics is growing crop in a liquid-based growth medium and growing crops in a complete nutrient solution with or without solid phase, or those systems in which the plants are grown in water with no supporting medium for the roots. So hydroponics, also called water culture or nutrient culture or soilless culture. In the hydroponic system, no solid substrate is used except at the time of showing. It means at the time of showing, we can use soil. Other growth of plants are in water, such as the case of vegetables where urethral sponge are used to raise seedlings. In hydroponic system, the roots of the plants are continuously or intermittently immersed in nutrient solution. Hydroponic systems are generally closed circuit with respect to nutrient solution supply. The solution is recirculated from a supply reservoir either continuously or intermittently for a period of day or weeks. The five most common water culture system used nowadays are: first, wick system; second, nutrient film technique; third है water culture or deep water culture; four, drip system; five, ebb and flow systems. Now you can present.
Basic requirement for hydroponics. These are nutrient solution, first a temperature, air, supporting materials, water, mineral nutrients, light, growing media like sawdust, bark, chips, straw, rock wood, fertile, and sand, wormy culture, etc. Nutrient solution for hydroponics and its management. All essential micro and macronutrients are supplied to hydroponic plants in the form of nutrient solution, which consist of fertilizers, salt dissolved in water. The success or failure of hydroponic techniques depend primarily on strict nutrient management programs. Carefully manipulating the nutrient solution, pH levels, temperature, electrical conductivity, replacing the solution whenever necessary will lead to successful hydroponics. The ideal EC range for hydroponic between 1.5 to 2.5 decimeter. Higher EC will prevent nutrient absorption due to the osmotic pressure. Lower EC severely affect plant health and yield. Advantages of hydroponic: provide all nutrients in right amount and right time. Second is adequate aeration, and third is sterility, disease free, as well as lack of soil contamination. These are the all advantage of hydroponics. Now we are discussing about conclusion. Soilless culture considered as a new development techniques for agriculture development, but it is not simply techniques. But however, there is a lack of technical background of the new techniques among growers, horticulturists in many countries, as well as trained employees are needed. Moreover, must sustain and internationally market. So they are expensive. Therefore, most substances are internationally market. So they are expensive. Therefore, it is better to look locally about not expensive good substrates, and growers can adapt soilless system according to their needs in the place of the system of according their potential case, and the system in any case need to take strong care as well as observation for the parameter needed for the good growth of the plant, such as nutrients concentration, light, oxygen around the plant, root growth, water quality, pH, disinfection, temperature, solution, and more. In conclusion, one might say that there is extensive advance has been made of late in improvement of monitoring suitable soilless system, and there is a generally wide business application now in countries that apply farming innovations. Thank you.
It was a good presentation, and now it is open for moderation and comments.
Nice presentation. I would like say it is possible in Rajasthan condition to grow hydroponics.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because of saline water and scarcity of water. In such conditions, can we?
So actually there are lack of water. So there are lack of water, but as per the requirement of plant, what we grow in hydroponic condition, we can apply nutrients in the water.
And
Basically, place the soil.
And again, there is a lack of awareness among rural farmers.
No, sir. It's require more knowledge and experts like the horticulturist.
And you heard the name of floating garden?
Yes, sir.
What is floating garden?
Sir, it's a type of hydroponics.
No, what did you ask?
Sir.
Floating?
Floating
kya
garden.
pucha?
Floating
Floating
garden.
garden.
Floating garden. Yes.
You know, in the Srinagar, Dal Lake,
Yes, sir.
there is floating garden, and the farmers are growing vegetables in the Dal Lake.
Yes, sir. Sir, Babylon garden, in ancient time there is a Babylon garden hydroponics, we all inspire, मतलब Babylon Garden inspired us to cultivate hydroponic condition, hydroponic time. Babylon, because of the Babylon, we inspired that yeah, hydroponic thing is something that we can grow, we can cultivate, we can replace the soil.
But in Rajasthan conditions, I think there is a problem of drinking water
Yes,
and
sir.
hard
Not
water.
only in, yes, sir, please.
Sir, can I comment?
Yes,
Your,
absolutely. We are waiting for your comment.
your students have presented a technology of 22nd century, because when land will not be there, water will not be there, so only vertical farming is the only answer. And I have
Yes.
seen that is in a small tray which is lying on the
And
bottom,
keep the
and
trays,
the
yeah, one on another in tier
vertical
system
and
will grow.
yeah,
Yes,
and vertically it is growing. But my
absolutely.
two concerns are and observations are there. Can we use this system for organic farming, so that all the things which are organic farming get much price? But in this case, all nutrients are measured and put in the water and they circulate. First question. And second question is, what will happen if some disease will develop in these plants, because the plants are always in the water? So if some disease or pathogen will attack them, what will we control? So, and third question about water condition in Rajasthan. I think if it is done proper way, it will require less water as compared to conventional agriculture, because it is all a sort of drip irrigation or small trays, or I think should it not be successful, Dr. Yadav?
Yeah.
So answer these questions. These three questions are important. First of all, it's application and utility in Rajasthan, and second, it asked about the organic hydroponics.
Sir, I think both
So these two
organic
questions are prominent. And third one also, sir, repeat which question did you ask? The third one more question
Uh,
you
what
asked.
will- what will happen if the disease will come?
Yes, if the
Because
disease will
it
come, then
cannot be.
how would you control it?
How
So
do you
answer,
control the
yeah,
entire system?
please answer these questions.
Sir, waterborne disease are arise in hydroponics, basically.
Many fusarium disease can come through water,
Disease.
and many waterborne diseases are there in plants which enter through roots.
Sir, rotting of roots, first disease, and
No, how would you? Isn't it a negative side of this hydroponics? Because what would you
Right.
do in that situation? Your plant will die. You will change the entire water. Your nutrients will go out. Then you have to refill the water.
yes,
So
sir.
that is something which is a threat. You know,
Yes,
SWOT
yes.
analysis. It's a threat to hydroponics.
So that,
Hydroponics.
so that's why
Correct.
we required expert, well knowledgeable
Yes,
person.
that is the lacuna of this technology currently, that it is not becoming much popular, not coming at a faster rate, because not all farmers are like that. Some farmers are always looking for new technologies, progressive farmers. I spoke to them. They told, sir, it is very costly. Sir, we need training for this. It involves a lot of hard work, precise monitoring. So these are a couple of the things which are not letting it to come up. It is only up, at a very limited level currently, and only for landscaping point of view, only for your drawing rooms, as Meenakshi madam spoke yesterday. So lot of work is to be done for its adaptability in a proper environment, so that farmers can afford it, so that agripreneurs can afford it. That is something. And
Then
then
lake of protection technology also is there.
yes. However, it is wherever it is going, mostly it is going in for the leafy vegetables.
Yeah.
I have seen a couple of videos where they are showing that tomatoes are being grown successfully, some other fruits are being grown successfully. I don't know how much successful is that, but a lot of work still needs to be done. However, the concept is good. On another side, as the Ashwini sir said about the vertical farming, that is growing, at a faster rate. It is becoming popular. I have seen one farmers who is just in 1 acre land is growing, this haldi, and he has that, tiers of and the trays in the vertical height, and he had made it a startup, and now he is doing a good business. So that time is
Oh,
coming. In one country, I have seen, you have seen the, the elevated roadways, so they are using those pillars. And those pillars are being used for landscaping as well as for growing the herbs, and the rainwater is being harvested, and that is being recycled time and again. So it is providing you greenery, it is providing you food, and it is the ultimate use of that vertical space. And what's that? Those were the pillars which were supporting the elevated roadways. So it is up to that level. So we are working on it, and let's see what happens. But at this point, yes, it's not that much popular. Thank you very much. That was my submission.
Thank you.
Now moving towards next presentation, which is vertical farming, a boon for small and marginal farmers for sustainable income generation. And paper code is AFBI-2022, and paper presenter name is Manju Punia from BSc Agriculture, third year.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Advisor and CEO Sir, Director Sir, and other expertise. I, JVN Manju Punia, pursuing BSc Honours Agriculture, third year from this reputed university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur. I am from the Department of Agriculture and Veterinary Science. Now I am going to present the PPT on the topic of vertical farming, a boon for small and marginal farmers to generate the income generation. Title: Vertical Farming, a boon for small and marginal farmers for sustainable income generation. Introduction. The population of world is expected to grow about 9.1 billion in 2015, so it will be a big challenge to feed the population. Agriculture scientists believe that vertical farming can fulfill the requirement of food to feed the people. 2050 तक जो वर्ल्ड की पॉपुलेशन है वो 9.1 बिलियन तक होने वाली है। तो इस पॉपुलेशन को देखते हुए वर्टिकल फार्मिंग को इंट्रोड्यूस करवाया गया है, क्योंकि इतनी सारी पॉपुलेशन को फीड करवाने के लिए हम जो लैंड है वो उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट के अकॉर्डिंग नहीं है, तो इसलिए हमने वर्टिकल फार्मिंग को इंट्रोड्यूस करवाया है। Vertical farming is introduced by Professor Dixon Despomme in 1999. Vertical farming is a method of technique of farming or growing produce in a way of vertical stacked layer. वर्टिकल फार्मिंग ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी है जिसको एक प्रोटेक्टेड स्ट्रक्चर में पूरा लाइट, टेम्परेचर सबको मैनेज करके अंडर प्रोटेक्टेड स्ट्रक्चर ग्रो किया जाता है एक स्टैक्ड लेयर्स के, जिसे हम बोल सकते हैं ऊर्ध्वाधर खेती. In vertical farming, temperature, light, humidity, and gases are controlled and provided to plants under artificial structure. In vertical farming, farmers would be entirely self-sufficient, taking energy from the sun and wind, as well as composting spent plants to produce energy. Used water would even be recycled back into the system. इस सिस्टम में जो हम वाटर यूज करते हैं उसको वापस रिसाइकल भी किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि वर्टिकल फार्मिंग विदाउट सॉइल और विद सॉइल दोनों हो सकती है. अगर हम विदाउट सॉइल फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं तो उसमें जो वाटर यूज कर रहे हैं उसको हम रिसाइकल करके अपने पर्सनल यूज में भी उसका पर्सनल यूज के लिए भी यूज कर सकते हैं. बट आल्सो saving more water for personal use. This system would not only grow crops year round, but also raise livestock such as poultry and pigs to meet the need of growing urban population. It requires less land. 1 acre in vertical farming is equal 4 to 6 acre land. अगर हम वर्टिकल फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं तो उसका जो 1 एकड़ लैंड होगा ना, वो अगर हम नॉर्मल कोई भी फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं उसका 4 से 6 एकड़ लैंड के बराबर होगा. तो इसमें हम लेस लैंड का यूज करके भी प्रोडक्शन ज़्यादा कर सकते हैं. वर्टिकल फार्मर्स यूजेस
would use 70% less than traditional farming. Vertical farming के जरिए हम 70% less water use कर सकते हैं than other traditional farmings. आइडिया ओरिजिनेटेड, अब आइडिया किसके द्वारा ओरिजिनेट किया गया है? द आइडिया ऑफ डूइंग वर्टिकल फार्मिंग फॉर सस्टेनेबल इनकम जनरेशन इज ओरिजिनेटेड बाय अमेरिकन जियोलॉजिस्ट गिलबर्ट एल्स बेली इन 1915. जो अमेरिकन जियोलॉजिस्ट थे गिलबर्ट एलिस बेली ने, उन्होंने 1915 में पहले इसको इंट्रोड्यूस करवाया था, लेकिन 1999 में डिक्सन डिस्पोमिड ने प्रोफेसर एट न्यूयॉर्क कोलंबिया यूनिवर्सिटी इंट्रोड्यूस द मॉडर्न आइडिया ऑफ वर्टिकल फार्मिंग. जो प्रोफेसर डिस्पोमिड थे, उन्होंने कोलंबिया यूनिवर्सिटी में एक जो वर्टिकल फार्मिंग का जो मॉडल आइडिया था उसको इंट्रोड्यूस करवाया. देन ये वर्टिकल फार्मिंग है जो सबको इंट्रोड्यूस करवाएगी और सब यूज करने लगे इसको. लिटरेचर रिव्यू, वर्टिकल फार्मिंग इज वेरी इफेक्टिव फॉर्म ऑफ फार्मिंग. दीज केस स्टडीज शो दैट वर्टिकल फार्मिंग कैन बी इफेक्टिव in every environmental conditions. In Chicago, the climate changes highly from summer to winter, so vertical farming provides a warehouse-like environment to farming for better production in any season. शिकागो में जो क्लाइमेट कंडीशंस होते हैं वो हर समर और विंटर के अकॉर्डिंग चेंज होती रहती है, तो वहाँ के जो क्लाइमेट है उसके अकॉर्डिंग ये वर्टिकल फार्मिंग एक वेयर हाउस की जैसे इन्वायरमेंट प्रोवाइड करता है, जिससे कि फार्मिंग ईजी हो जाती है. इन सिंगापुर देयर इज द मैनेजमेंट ऑफ लाइटिंग विच इज बेनिफिशियल फॉर फार्मिंग. सिंगापुर में जो लाइटिंग वगैरह है, टेम्परेचर वगैरह है, वो सारा एक मेंटेन है, तो अगर वर्टिकल फार्मिंग करना चाहे तो ये बहुत इजी रहता है वहाँ के लिए. मेथोडोलॉजी, 3 टाइप्स ऑफ टेक्निक्स आर यूज्ड इन वर्टिकल फार्मिंग. वर्टिकल फार्मिंग के हम बोल सकते हैं कि 3 टाइप होती है, इसकी 3 टेक्नोलॉजीज होती है जो हम यूज करते हैं. हाइड्रोपोनिक्स, एक्वापोनिक्स, एरोपोनिक्स. हाइड्रोपोनिक्स, इन दिस टेक्नोलॉजी प्लांट्स आर ग्रोन विदाउट सॉइल. हाइड्रोपोनिक टेक्नोलॉजी हम बिना सॉइल के, मतलब विदाउट सॉइल हम फार्मिंग करते हैं, इसमें वाटर का यूज किया जाता है. The roots of plants are submerged in liquid solution which contain micro and macronutrients. This type of farming have ability to increase yield per area. इसमें जो माइक्रो और मैक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स होते हैं उनका यूज किया जाता है. और जो अब बात आती है कि विदाउट सॉइल हम फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं तो कैसे होगा? अगर जो हम वाटर यूज करें उसमें मैक्रो और माइक्रो न्यूट्रिएंट्स जो प्लांट्स को चाहिए, जिनकी रिक्वायरमेंट है, वो सब यूज करेंगे हम, और अदर जो भी लिक्विड सॉल्यूशन हो गए उनको डालेंगे, जिससे हम विदाउट सॉइल फार्मिंग कर सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हाइड्रोपोनिक फार्मिंग कुड इंक्रीज द यील्ड ऑफ लेक्यूटा सेटाइवा फैमिली एस्ट्रेसी पर एकड़ 11 times while requiring 30 times लेस वाटर. हम जो वर्टिकल फार्मिंग मतलब हाइड्रोपोनिक फार्मिंग जो कर रहे हैं, उससे अगर हम नॉर्मल फार्मिंग करते हैं तो उसका 11 टाइम्स ज़्यादा प्रोडक्शन कर सकते हैं कंपेयर देन ट्रेडिशनल फार्मिंग, और 30 times लेस वाटर यूज करके भी हम ट्रेडिशनल फार्मिंग से ज़्यादा प्रोडक्शन कर सकते हैं. Aquaponics, in this technology the plants are growing without soil and also fishes are reared or kept in the water where plants are grown. एक्वापोनिक फार्मिंग क्या होता है कि हम फिशेस को भी रेयर करते हैं, जिससे जो फिशेस का जो एक्सक्रीटा होता है वो अमोनिया के फॉर्म में रिलीज करते हैं, और जो अमोनिया का फॉर्म होता है उसको माइक्रोबैक्टीरिया के द्वारा न्यूट्रिएंट्स में कन्वर्ट किया जाता है, और वो न्यूट्रिएंट्स प्लांट को ऑब्जर्व करवाए जाते हैं, जिससे कि ये फार्मिंग सक्सेसफुल होती है. इन दिस फिश ईट द फूड विच इज प्रोवाइडेड एंड देन फिश produce waste which in the form of ammonia. Ammonia is converted into nutrients by beneficial bacteria. Plant absorb the nutrient and fertilizers which helps in their growth. Aeroponic. In this technology, the plant's roots are hang under suspension of air and the nutrition solution is provided to the roots in the form of fine mist. एरोपोनिक में क्या होता है, हम विदाउट सॉइल फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं, इसमें ना जो लाइट मॉइस्चर प्रोवाइड करवाया जाता है, जिसे हम मिस्ट बोल सकते हैं. इसमें प्लांट्स को हैंग किया जाता है एयर में, और देन इनको रियर करके इसकी फार्मिंग की जाती है. It is the most sustainable soil-less growing technique. Best example for aeroponic farming is lettuce vegetable. जो भी वर्टिकल फार्मिंग्स हो रही है जिसमें हाइड्रोपोनिक, एक्वापोनिक, एरोपोनिक, इन सब में ना ज़्यादा लीफी वेजिटेबल्स को ही ग्रो किया जा सकता है, क्योंकि इनको ग्रो करने के लिए ज़्यादा कुछ लेबर वगैरह की ज़रूरत नहीं है और इजीली हम उनको ग्रो कर सकते हैं. अब ये डायग्राम्स है हाइड्रोपोनिक फार्मिंग जो हम वर्टिकल फार्मिंग मतलब वर्टिकल लेयर्स में कर रहे हैं. एक्वापोनिक है जिसमें फिशेस को रियर कर रखा है. एरोपोनिक है जिसमें रूट्स वगैरह हैंग है. नाउ द ग्रोथ ऑफ वर्टिकल फार्मिंग.
वर्टिकल फार्मिंग की ग्रोथ 2012 से लेकर 2013 तक की क्या थी और क्या होने वाली है। 2012 तक ये कितनी थी और अब ये 2023 तक कितनी हो सकती है। 6000 तक इसको देखा जा सकता है, 6000 मिलियंस तक। Now, how vertical farming can generate income for small and marginal farmers? As small farmers does not have large area or land for doing farming. जो भी small farmers होते हैं उनके पास इतना land और area नहीं होता है कि वो अच्छे से farming कर पाए। तो vertical farming उन्हें एक ऐसा जरिया provide करती है जिससे वो कम land पे भी है ना अच्छे से farming कर सकते हैं और अपना production कर सकते हैं। Vertical farming provides a better use of space, which helps the farmers to achieve high production in the limited space and increase their income. Farmers use chemicals, pesticides, fertilizers, etc. for their farming, which is very costly and small farmers can't afford them. In vertical farming, the pest can't enter in the vertical environment, so they doesn't need any pesticides and other chemicals. At the end, the product will be better and healthier for human consumption. जो भी फार्मर्स होते हैं वो अगर वर्टिकल फार्मिंग ना करके अगर अदर फार्मिंग करते हैं तो उनको पेस्टिसाइड्स, फर्टिलाइजर वगैरह केमिकल्स की जरूरत होती है, जो कि हर फार्मर उनको अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकता। तो वर्टिकल फार्मिंग क्या करते हैं, एक प्रोटेक्टिव स्ट्रक्चर प्रोवाइड करती है जिससे उनको जो पेस्टिसाइड वगैरह के इनके यूज तो बिल्कुल खत्म ही हो जाता है, जिससे उनका जो इन्वेस्ट करेंगे वो बच रहा है, इनके पैसे बच रहे हैं, उनका इनकम जनरेट करने का एक सोर्स मिल रहा है उनको कि पैसे इन चीज़ों पे वेस्ट ना करके अपने प्रोडक्शन पे वेस्ट करें। In other farming, farmers require more labor compared to vertical farming. जो भी हम अदर फार्मिंग करें उनमें लेबर की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है क्योंकि वो ओपन एरिया पे हो रहा है, लेकिन वर्टिकल फार्मिंग के थ्रू हम लेबर कॉस्ट को बचा सकते हैं। वर्टिकल फार्मिंग रिड्यूस द लेबर कॉस्ट विच इज़ गुड फॉर फार्मर्स टू सेव देयर मनी एंड इन्वेस्ट इनटू another way to generate their income. Vertical farmers generate the income for small and marginal farmers by reducing transport costs because the growing food is closer to where the consumption lies. वर्टिकल फार्मिंग क्या होता है, ये ट्रांसपोर्ट कॉस्ट को भी रिड्यूस करता है क्योंकि ये वही किया जाता है जहाँ पे कंज्यूमर्स पास में रहते हो, मार्केट पास में हो, वहाँ पे। नाउ कैन वर्टिकल फार्मिंग स्टैंड द टेस्ट ऑफ कोविड-19 एंड फूड इनसिक्योरिटी? जो पेंडेमिक चल रहा है कोविड-19, उसके लिए ये अच्छा साबित हो सकता है या नहीं हो सकता है, इसका जो फूड प्रोडक्ट प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है वो हमारे लिए हेल्थी है या नहीं है। द कोविड-19 पेंडेमिक डिस्ट्रॉयड द वर्ल्ड्स हेल्थ, इकोनॉमिक and social system. Currently, world's over half population lives in the urban areas, and by COVID-19, the urban food system of their distribution were disrupted. Vertical farming is believed to respond to current global challenges such as growing population, resources scarcity, especially water and supply chain scarcity. The investment in vertical farming is needed for increasing population growth, climate change, and emerging infectious disease. कोविड-19 से जो भी हमारे लॉस हुआ है इकोनॉमिक इनकम में जो भी हुआ है उसको वर्टिकल फार्मिंग कैसे रिड्यूस करता है, हम जो भी लेबर कॉस्ट वगैरह सारा कुछ डिक्रीज हो रहा है। और क्लाइमेट एक बेनिफिट ये है कि वर्टिकल फार्मिंग पूरी क्लाइमेट को सेव कर रहा है। वर्टिकल फार्मिंग सेव 70% वाटर देन अदर फार्मिंग। वर्टिकल फार्मिंग के थ्रू हम 70% वाटर सेव कर रहे हैं जो कि अदर फार्मिंग के द्वारा नहीं कर सकते, जो कि हमारे लिए बहुत बेनिफिशियल है प्रेजेंट टाइम में ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19। In this technique, no use of chemicals, which is very beneficial in this pandemic. In COVID-19 pandemic, we need pure food, with less use of water and any chemicals. इस पैंडेमिक के हमें ऐसे फूड चाहिए जो मतलब केमिकल फ्री हो, बिल्कुल प्योर हो, ताकि हमारा इम्यूनिटी सिस्टम है ना वो बूस्ट हो, और एक ये भी कि वाटर उसकी भी सेविंग हो। Many countries are using this technique in limited land for reducing to feed the population. Food which is producing by vertical farming is secure and healthy for us as compared to food which is provided by another farming is secure and healthy for us as compared to food which is provided by another chemical farming. In COVID-19, all population need good immunity system to fight with coronavirus and save their life by this pandemic. Now, conclusion and successful result. Conclusion: vertical farming effective solution to critical issues in Indian farming. In the absence of providing of farm produce, too much use of pesticides and too much use of other chemicals, vertical farming is the solution for reducing arable land. The world's need urbanization to adopt the growth to 10 billion which accept to seed by 2015.
If we can't run our classic views and practices of agriculture, the world's habit and habitats can begin to change for the better. Successful results of vertical farming. In vertical farming, some special crops are successfully grown under vertical farming in India, which are mushroom, basil, coriander, lettuce, thyme, spinach, and gerbera, etc. In these crops, mushroom is highly successful to grow under vertical farming because it is easy to grow and availability of many varieties. वर्टिकल फार्मिंग में कंक्लूजन ये है कि जो हमारी 2050 तक जो हमारी पॉपुलेशन इंक्रीज होने वाली है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हमें ऐसी क्रॉप्स को और ऐसा प्रोडक्शन करना है जो उनके लिए सफिशिएंट हो, प्योर हो, अच्छा हो, उनका इम्यूनिटी सिस्टम अच्छा करे और हमारा मतलब फार्मर्स की बिना ज़्यादा इन्वेस्ट किए हैं उनको अच्छा प्रोडक्शन मिले. Now successful results. In vertical farming, some special crops are successfully grown under vertical farming in India, which are mushroom, basil, coriander, lettuce, thyme, spinach, and gerbera, etc. In these crops, mushroom is highly successful to grow under vertical farming because it is easy to grow and availability of many varieties. Some varieties are shiitake, button, oyster, vine cap. जो मशरूम की वेराइटीज़ हैं इनको बहुत इजीली और अच्छा प्रोडक्शन करके ग्रो किया जा सकता है. इसलिए वर्टिकल फार्मिंग में सबसे ज़्यादा जो क्रॉप अगर ग्रो की जाती है वो होती है मशरूम फार्मिंग. थैंक यू.
Very good presentation, Priya. I would like to ask, in India, where vertical farming is growing, and in abroad also?
सर मुझे प्लेस नहीं पता कहाँ होता है थोड़ी, लेकिन वर्टिकल फार्मिंग वहाँ की जा सकती है जहाँ पे लैंड कम हो, जैसे हिली एरियाज पे हो सकता है, ऐसे लैंड पे जो मतलब अनफर्टाइल लैंड हो कहीं पे, तो वहाँ पे वर्टिकल फार्मिंग की जा सकती है.
मोस्टली महानगर में जैसे दिल्ली, बॉम्बे, बेंगलोर, वहाँ
Yes,
काफी
sir.
प्रचलन है.
Yes, sir.
And in world, just like Singapore,
Chicago,
USA वगैरह काफी प्रचलन है.
Plus, if somebody is not having much land here, even they can also go for it. It's not necessary that it should be in high-rise cities and metro cities. And if I have less land and I need more money, and I have identified the crop and that can be grown vertically, as I gave the example of haldi, it can be done here too.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, over to you, Ashwini Kumar sir, for your comments about vertical.
Excellent presentation. Excellent presentation. What made me very happy is that this student was from first year BSc.
No, sir, third year.
Third year BSc. Even a BSc student is presenting in such a nice way. I have attended hundreds of conferences, but with such a confidence and putting a message through is congratulations.
I noted that.
Your organization.
I noted that. Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Very good presentation, Manju. And the best thing is that you did not fear at all that you are not speaking English, and that is the best thing. English is a language one should know, that's for sure, but it's not the knowledge. You presented, you told about the vertical farming very clearly. You gave a lot of data. You told and did the future forecasting.
Yes.
So it was I can say, I'm seeing the presentations from morning today also and yesterday also. It was an ideal presentation, somewhere close to the ideal. I'm not saying ideal because nothing is ideal, but yes, you did well.
Congratulations to Dean also, sir. Congratulations to your Dean, your faculty who trained such a nice way.
Sir, in this,
who helped you, Manju, for making this presentation? Who was your mentor actually, mentor faculty member?
Sir, Dr. Jagdish, sir.
Okay, yeah. So congratulations to him also for getting prepared a good presentation.
Sir, credit goes to the syllabus. The syllabus, framing of syllabus, like what you are teaching that the students are studying.
Absolutely.
So your syllabus is also very latest, including all the latest technology, and the teaching which is going on is also very
the syllabus job has already been fixed by ICR, so that is latest.
But
syllabus.
You are incorporating and teaching it.
Absolutely.
That's the
Thank you.
That's the big thing. So that's a good point.
Okay, I think we have done a lot of discussion on vertical farming, and she presented, and before that, one or two presenter also told about the vertical farming. So vertical farming is definitely a good technology.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good, and lot farmers have started going for it. And one more
Yes.
thing is going on. I would like to definitely discuss on this platform here, that as these technologies are coming, opportunities are coming for professionals also. Startups are coming up who are helping the farmers in vertical farming, in hydroponics, in all other technologies. And
Yes.
I have read about one of the startup who is just training the farmers in these technologies, and providing them all type of solutions also, and not charging much money, and taking some of their fees once the profit starts, when that farmer starts making the profit. So that is being uploaded a lot. I have not seen many commercial people who are taking their fees and their charges once the profit has started. So a lot of new things are coming up, and there is a big role of our government in that. So
Yes.
that was all. Thank you. Nice presentation, Manju.
Thank you, sir.
Now we are coming to the next presentation, which is use of drone in agriculture for enhances income. And paper code is AFBI-2022, and paper presenter name is Kiran from BSc Agriculture, third year.
Namaste, sir. Namaste to Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, Advisor, sir, and Director, sir, and all higher dignitaries. I, JVN Kiran, pursuing BSc Honours Agriculture plus MBA, third year, 6th sem, from this extreme university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. My group members are Sneha Sharma, Durgesh, and Komal Meena. Today I am here to present my PPT on use of drone in agriculture for enhanced income. The world population increased day by day and projected to reach 9 billion people by 2050, so that agriculture consumption will also increase. हमारे आजकल हमारे वर्ल्ड में हमारी पॉपुलेशन दिन बर दिन बढ़ती जा रही है और 2050 तक ये 9 बिलियन तक पहुंच जाएगी, जिसके लिए हमारी फूड कंजप्शन भी बढ़ रही है. जैसे जैसे पॉपुलेशन बढ़ रही है वैसे वैसे फूड कंजप्शन भी बढ़ रही है, और कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स जैसे क्लाइमेट चेंजेस हैव अ मेजर इम्पैक्ट ऑन फूड सिक्योरिटी. More than 85 million people are chronically hungry, and 64% of chronically hungry are in AC. हमारे टोटल वर्ल्ड में 85% मिलियन पीपल हंगर से भूख से मर रहे हैं, और 64% ओनली इन एशिया. Agriculture has to look towards emerging technologies for solution to overcome some of the challenges facing it. हम इसे देखते हुए एग्रीकल्चर ने हमारे कुछ जो टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, न्यू टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, इन प्रॉब्लम्स को ओवरकम और सॉल्व करने के लिए कुछ टेक्नोलॉजीज को अपनाया है, जैसे ड्रोन्स और अनमैन्ड एरियल व्हीकल्स. ड्रोन यूज एडवांटेजेस इन एग्रीकल्चर. हमारे ड्रोन हमारे एग्रीकल्चर में किस किस चीजों के लिए यूज किए जाते हैं, जैसे अवॉइड केमिकल ओवर यूज, prepare of weather glitches, crop spraying, geofencing, crop monitoring, monitor growth, plantation, soil and field analysis, livestock management, check crop health. आजकल हमारे फील्ड में जैसे पेस्ट एक्टिविटी होती है, बहुत बार केमिकल भी एक्सेस अमाउंट में हो जाते हैं, और हमारी क्रॉप हेल्थ का भी नहीं पता चलता. तो ड्रोन एक ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी है जिससे हम
अपनी सारी फील्ड की मैनेजमेंट अच्छे से कर सकते हैं, हमारे सॉइल एंड फील्ड का एनालाइज कर सकते हैं कि हमारे सॉइल में किस चीज़ की कमी आ रही है, हमारे फील्ड में क्या चीज़ की ज़रूरत है। हम उसमें अगर क्रॉप में हमें कुछ स्प्रे करना है, कोई भी केमिकल, तो उसके लिए हम ड्रोन की हेल्प ले सकते हैं। Idea originated by Abraham Karen.
I will interfere. Go back to the slide, previous slide.
Yes, sir.
Yes, tell about this geofencing.
Geofencing is, sir,
how drone is helping in it. Just explain a little bit these plantation, how with the help of drone, how these things are being done, because your topic is quite new. So
okay. Geofencing is a geographical wiring that is any change in a geographical condition, हमारे किसी भी एनवायरनमेंट में कोई भी चेंज आता है उसका हमें पहले से ही पता लग जाना, यानी वेदर फोरकास्टिंग हो जाना हमारी क्रॉप में, या कोई भी डिजास्टर होने वाला हो, कोई भी नेचुरल डिजास्टर, उससे हमें पहले से ही हम वेदर फोरकास्टिंग कर लेते हैं। ड्रोन हमें उस चीज का डाटा देता है। और एक है लाइफ स्टॉक मैनेजमेंट, जिसमें हम अपने एनिमल्स की मैनेजमेंट भी ड्रोन की हेल्प से कर सकते हैं। मॉनिटर ग्रोथ, क्रॉप की जो ग्रोथ है उसको हम अच्छे से मैनेज कर सकते हैं। Idea originator Abraham Karen, born in 1937, is a designer of fixed and rotatory wing unmanned vehicle. अब्राहम कैरम जिनका जन्म 1937 में हुआ था, उन्होंने एक रोटेटरी विंग अनमैन्ड व्हीकल को डिजाइन किया था, जिन्हें हम आज यूएवी यानी अनमैन्ड एरियल व्हीकल के फादर भी मानते हैं आज। ये फर्स्ट, और इसका यूज पहले यूएस में किया गया था क्रॉप डस्टिंग के लिए इन 1980 में। Literature review, Jose Luis Fernandez, FAO representative in the Philippines. Drones are also increasingly used in agriculture, insurance claim, forensic. Bartkit 2017. Drone imagery is very useful in giving an accurate estimate of loss. Application of drones in agriculture. कि हम ड्रोन को कहाँ अप्लाई कर सकते हैं अपने एग्रीकल्चर। Drone empowers the farmer to adapt to specific environments and make mindful choice accordingly. Drone एक ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी है जिससे फार्मर अपने तरीके से उसे हैंडल कर सकता है और अपने क्रॉप की सारी जानकारी ले सकता है। The gain data helps regulate crop health, crop treatment, crop scouting, crop irrigation, and carry out field soil analysis and crop damage assessments. जिसमें वो पता लगा, जिसमें डाटा हेल्प करेगा क्रॉप की हेल्थ को रेगुलेट करने में, क्रॉप का ट्रीटमेंट देने में, स्काउटिंग करने में, इरिगेशन में और फील्ड सॉइल एनालिसिस में, और क्रॉप डैमेज, जो भी हमारी डैमेज हो रही है क्रॉप, उसमें उसे ठीक करने में, उसे कंट्रोल करने में हेल्प करेगा। The future of drones in agriculture is also promising, as the drones are being developed to act as a mechanical pollinator and to incorporate smart applications, making drone a promising and affordable technology to address the challenge of growing food insecurity. In future, हम drones को as a pollinator भी यूज करेंगे, जिससे कि और इतना उसे अफोर्डेबल बनाएंगे कि हर कोई उसे अफोर्ड कर सके, छोटा फार्मर भी, बड़ा फार्मर भी ड्रोन को अफोर्ड कर सके और हमारे फूड को सिक्योर कर सके। Benefits of drone: they can save lives, they can support law enforcement, they can contribute to safe infrastructure, maintenance and management, they can streamline agriculture management, they can give media access to hard to reach places. These are those things like हमारे फील्ड में हमारी क्रॉप में कोई प्रॉब्लम आ गई, हमारी कोई पेस्ट एक्टिविटी हो रही है, या जिस चीज में हम लोग एज ए लेबर हम नहीं देख सकते अपनी फील्ड को, अपनी क्रॉप को, हम वो ड्रोन की हेल्प से वो सब देख सकते हैं। और जो चीजें हमारे लिए थोड़ी मुश्किल होती हैं जहाँ फार्मिंग करना, वहां भी हम ड्रोन की हेल्प से आराम से इजीली कर सकते हैं। अब नेक्स्ट है डाटा एनालिसिस। एग्रीकल्चर ड्रोन्स कैन सी विच प्लांट रिफ्लेक्ट डिफरेंट अमाउंट्स ऑफ ग्रीन लाइट एंड नियर इंफ्रारेड spectroscopy light. This data produce multispectral images to track crop health, quick monitoring and discoveries of any defects. जो एग्रीकल्चर ड्रोन्स हैं उसमें एक मल्टी स्पेक्ट्रल रेज होती हैं जो हमारे हमारे डाटा को स्पेक्ट्रोस्कोपी करती है और उसका हमारा डाटा हमारे सामने प्रेजेंट करती है एज अ इमेज. Result: with the use of drones, they can get an overview of their fields and collect data much faster and more efficiently than traditional methods. Drones will allow farmers to see how healthy their plants are, where they might need water for nutrients, and if there is any pest activity before it get out of control. वही कि अगर हम ड्रोन यूज कर रहे हैं उससे पहले अगर हम ड्रोन यूज कर रहे हैं तो हमें ड्रोन जो हमारा डाटा है उसे हमें फास्टर, यानी कि जो हम ट्रेडिशनल मेथड यूज करते हैं उससे ज्यादा फास्टर हमें पूरा रिजल्ट देगा, पूरा ओवरव्यू देगा, हमें बताएगा कि हमारी क्रॉप में किस चीज की कमी है, कौन से न्यूट्रिएंट की कमी है, उसे कितने पानी की जरूरत है, और कोई पेस्ट एक्टिविटी हो रही है तो हम उसे आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल होने से पहले ही बचा सकते हैं. Conclusion. In this paper, a review on the use of drones for precision agriculture has been presented. मैंने इस रिव्यू पेपर में जो ड्रोन्स में जो यूज ऑफ ड्रोन्स, हम ड्रोन एक टेक्नोलॉजी है जो हम एज अ प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर यूज कर रहे हैं एट अ प्रेजेंट टाइम. In a particular, the general architecture of a drone for multispectral thermal sensing and DSM has been discussed. Some technical details about the control system architecture have been also provided. ड्रोन में ऐसे बहुत से जैसे मल्टी स्पेक्ट्रल रेज होती हैं, थर्मल सेंसिंग होती है, डाटा थर्मल मैनेजमेंट होती है, डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट होती है. जो आर्किटेक्चर इसको बनाते हैं डेली, उन्होंने इसमें ये सारे फीचर्स प्रोवाइड किए गए हैं. Main limitations and the parameters to take into account before performing a flight or describe. कि हमें एक ड्रोन को यूज करने से पहले उसकी हमें पूरी नॉलेज ले लेनी चाहिए कि हम उस ड्रोन को कैसे यूज करेंगे. Future trends in this research will go toward the use of cheap commercial mini or micro drones. However, in doing so, the measurement accuracy specifications are challenging to be addressed and several problems arise. For example, for that drones, the wind influence, the low GPS accuracy, and the strong drift of the INS play disrupting effects in a flight stability and image acquisition. फ्यूचर में हम ऐसे चीप कमर्शियल यानी कि मिनी और माइक्रो ड्रोन्स बनाएंगे जो फार्मर्स इजीली अफोर्ड कर सके और उनकी रेंज भी ज्यादा हो, जो बड़े ड्रोन्स की है उनसे ज्यादा रेंज हो. जो भी आज हमारी प्रॉब्लम अराइज हो रही है उन सबको हम शॉर्ट आउट कर सके और सोल्व कर सके. थैंक्स.
Yeah, so this was a good presentation, and the topic was very latest: use of drone in agriculture. Not much popular yet, coming up. Experiments are being done, cost is involved, technology experts, people are not aware, people are scary when some new technology is coming up, people they scare, so your effort was all right. Use of drone in agriculture. I will ask a basic question from you. What do you think about the cost? Because technologies are there, business houses, corporate houses, they are releasing, they are looking for their margin. What is about the end users? End user here are farmers, big landholders, small landholder, marginal landholders, self-help groups, many. So is it affordable in today's scenario?
सर, मैं कॉस्ट की बात इसलिए बार बार छेड़ रही थी क्योंकि ना आजकल हर कोई अफोर्ड नहीं कर पाता. जरूरी नहीं है कि आज हम इतना आगे बढ़ गए हैं तो पीछे वाले लोग इसे अफोर्ड कर पाते हो. बहुत से फार्मर्स हैं जो ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज को अफोर्ड नहीं कर पाते और उनके फील्ड, उनके क्रॉप, जिनका सिर्फ जरिया ही यही होता है कमाने का, खाने का, सिर्फ वो अपनी खेती करके कमाते हैं, खाते हैं, तो उनके लिए बहुत मुश्किल हो जाता है अफोर्ड करना. इसलिए हम इस पेपर में, रिव्यू पेपर में, यही बार बार यही बात कर रहे थे कि हम इसकी कॉस्ट कम हम कर सकें.
Yes, so more research, more efforts are needed to be done by the industries to lower down the cost.
Sir,
cost lower down करें वो, इसको अफोर्डेबल बनाए. जैसे एक टाइम में ट्रैक्टर भी बहुत महंगा होता था, किसी किसी के पास ट्रैक्टर होता था, फिर दो के पास होता था. आज गार्डन ट्रैक्टर्स भी अवेलेबल हैं. एवरी थर्ड पर्सन इज हैविंग ट्रैक्टर. गवर्नमेंट इज गिविंग सब्सिडी. Same thing we will see about these drones. One day, the many farmers will be having it. So, lot of efforts are required from government side. Lot of efforts are required by scientists, by industry houses. So that is something is needed to be done. But the technology is really good. Yes, please continue.
सर मैं बीडी यादव सर का आंसर देना चाहूंगी. सर आप पूछ रहे थे कि हम तो इसकी पोस्ट मतलब इसका चीज का सॉल्यूशन क्या है. उन्होंने बताया अपने रिव्यू पेपर में कि हम इनको मैक्रो और माइक्रो और मिनी इनको ड्रोन्स को हम जितना छोटा बनाएंगे उतनी ही हायर रेंज में जाएंगे. ये उतनी ही ओवरलैप एरिया होगा इनका. उतना ही एरिया कवर करेंगे और जितने छोटे होंगे चीज उतनी ही सस्ती होगी. और कुछ प्लान्स जैसे हमारे सर ने बताया, प्रेसिडेंट सर ने बताया कि कुछ चीज गवर्नमेंट भी करेगी. गवर्नमेंट भी अपनी पॉलिसी रहेगी. कुछ हेल्प गवर्नमेंट करेगी, कुछ साइंटिस्ट करेंगे.
Good answer. And what I would suggest you, Kiran, if you are liking this topic, we stick to this. The future of this drone is very good. Whatever you do in future, I think you will do PG and all that. We stick to that. This topic, use of drone in agriculture, it is coming up very fast. Thank you. Nice presentation. Over to you, Ashwini sir. If you want to add something.
I'm very happy to see this paper, but this will need a lot of standardization. For example, when you use drone camera, you must have the basic data about the soil and standardization of the crop, about the disease. All the perceptions have to be done through satellite imagery. And I'm very happy to say that institute in Central University, Rajasthan, my student Dr. Lakshmikant Sharma, who is working on this satellite imagery and all this precision. So maybe we are not able to have a data of 1 meter by 1 meter through satellite because of certain reasons. But as your sir has rightly said, this is the latest technology and we must go for it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, you are having drones in your institute? You are having some drones in your institute?
We don't have yet. We don't have any drone yet, but naturally we hope and we pray to God that we should have it in coming near future.
Oh, in your campus, you should have a drone security.
Yeah.
Yes. And drone farming.
Absolutely. It's quite new for us too, because there is a lot of other stuff is going on, a lot of other researches are in hand. So ultimately, every organization has a capacity, and so we do have a capacity and limitations. But
if you like, you can collaborate. If you like, you can collaborate with Central University Ajmer. My student, who is professor now, will be very glad to provide whatever cooperation is needed, because they are perfecting this technology.
That's good. Yeah, I told the future is of this drone. Let me tell you, the day is not far when the pizzas will be delivered by this drone on your rooftop. Even in the a pilot project has been taken by the Amazon itself in the United States of America, where they are using the drone to drop the packets on roof as well as on your main door also, with the help of these micro drones. So these business houses, corporate houses, they are using it, and pilot projects have already been launched, and in very near future we will see that drones are roaming around us like cars and tractors. Thank you very much.
Sir, long back when the technology was not there, and in Rajasthan there was drought and all, the seeds were spreaded all over in Rajasthan of this Australian babool through helicopter.
Yes.
To grow the greenery. And if you see the greenery,
that's why we have babool everywhere. One day, one of my colleagues, he told me that why we see the babool, because it was spread by
helicopter. So it is just like similar drone, but it was done by a helicopter, and that's why there is greenery in Rajasthan.
But I would also like to add here for all the presenters, because mainly the presenters are students. If a new technology is coming and you start working on that, it will be tough. You have to do hard work. But I bet you that day it will be flourishing. You will be the expert and the first expert of that. So to think about that day, keep doing good hard work.
Just
Many people will say drone पे
about
कर
this
रहे हो,
thing.
drone का क्या future है? ऐसा नहीं होता है. Someone has to do, then why not me? So think like this and be stick to this topic.
More and more reading will enhance your knowledge. So you need
Absolutely.
lot of reading on
Yeah.
it.
That's how we all gather the information.
Earlier,
So
it's
I think
Suratgarh government farm. It earlier, सूरतगढ़ गवर्नमेंट फार्म पे अपने स्प्रे करते थे हेलीकॉप्टर से एरोप्लेन से
जी
to control the diseases.
yeah, pesticides spray.
Yes.
so. I think was this the last paper for this session, Khushbu madam? If you are hearing me,
Ji sir, this was the last presentation from this session.
Okay.
But two are
so we
remaining
are
with
very much on time today. Yes, that's good. Because in the conference, if all the listed papers are not presented, it's the failure of the organization. So it was our, effort today. Yesterday we were late, but today we are very well on time. All the listed papers were presented. All the listed papers were moderated very well. We have the good experts with us, and I would request to Ashwini sir and Meenakshi madam kindly be with us in the second session also. One more expert from NIFTEM, who is the expert of agriculture and environmental science and waste management, will also be joining us, and remaining papers will be presented, and then it will be concluded. So now I think we all are dispersing for lunch, and we are very much on time. We will meet after lunch at 1:30 p.m. 1:30 p.m. sharp. We will log in. Yeah.
Okay. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Khushbu madam, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah. So it's now time to start the. Hello. Kindly, I think Khushbu madam, you mute yourself. The echo is coming. Echo is coming. Yeah. Now it's all right. Yes. Am I audible to you also, Dr. Sunil Parekh?
Yes, sir, very clear.
Okay, so good afternoon, and we are starting the last session of this 2 days conference, Innovations in Agriculture, Food and Biotechnology for Sustainable Income of Rural Community, AFBI 2022. I have with me Dr. Khushbu madam, who will be calling the presenters and putting them for the presentation. And let me introduce today's expert for this session, Dr. Sunil Parekh, who is the Associate Professor and Head, Department of Agriculture and Environmental Science, NIFTEN, Sonipat, Haryana. And the theme for this session is Innovative Approaches in Waste Management of Agro and Food Sector Waste to Value. I also have with us our Lal Bahadur Shastri Chair Professor, Professor Meenakshi Mathur. We also have with us Dr. B.D. Yadav, sir, who is the Director of Faculty. And very soon, Professor Suni Kumar, our former Hargobind Khurana Chair Professor, will also be joining us. So now over to you, Dr. Sunil Parekh, of saying a few words about the importance of innovative approaches in waste management of agro and food sector waste to value. Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. First, I thanks and welcome to all the organizers who invited me in this prestigious your national program on national conference itself that organized by the Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University. And I very much familiar about your university because I am native of the Jobner only, and I did my PhD from the SKN Agricultural University Jobner, and after that I shifted here in the NIFTEM campus. So it is my honor and privilege to be with you on this occasion, as it is my own university, I think. So the topic you have chosen is very much important, and it is the need of the hour, as our agricultural waste and the food waste both are alarming at this stage. And if you see the calculations, so to date we can see an estimated of almost 1.3 billion tons of the uh, global food waste is disposed of in landfills annually, and around the globe over 30% of food is lost or wasted. So if you converted into in terms of the quantity, then it is equivalent to the 1.32 billion tons of the food generated for individual consumptions, costing the global economy, which up to the tune of the 900 billion US dollars per annum. So the food waste is the landfill goes through a series of the bioconversions into the biogas, and which is in an inflammable mixture of the methane and the carbon dioxide, and trace amounts in this is the hydrogen. So the biogas can be captured in modern engineered landfill sites and utilized for the electricity generation also. So however, generation and combustion of these biogas leads to increased your greenhouse gases emissions, since methane is a major more potent greenhouse gases than the carbon dioxide. So in 2007, over 3 gigatons of the carbon dioxide were released by food waste that includes agricultural production, post-harvest handling and storage, then processing, distribution and the consumption also. So if you see the global annual generation of the food loss and the waste, which accounts nearly 5 gigatons equivalent at present of the carbon dioxide, if you converted into the in the terms of the carbon dioxide gas, and which is about the 8% of the total anthropogenic greenhouse gases emissions, and only slightly less than that of the global road transportation. The second thing is there is some difference between the food waste and the food loss, and our students are generally taken these two terms as synonymous, but these are not the synonymous terms. We say that the food loss can be defined as the losses in the course of the preparation and post-harvest processing, while the food waste refers to the wastage during distribution and the consumption stages. So this food waste is more related with the supply chain management, whereas your food loss is related with some of the processing aspects as well as your utilization patterns. But interestingly, if we see the total food waste losses in the developing countries, developed countries, and the sub-Saharan countries, and across the globe on the all the continents, then surprisingly you will see that even in the US, the food loss is same as in the sub-Saharan countries or in the other developing countries also. But the nature of the losses are different. Whatever they lost in the US or in the EU, which are consumed in the African countries. So there is the difference in the nature of the losses. But if we convert it into the terms of the total losses, then you can see the total losses is about the 30% of the total food value. So this is the huge loss in terms of the total amount of the food also, and in terms of the bioeconomy also. So we have to be very cautious about this. But what we can do in the supply chain management first, and then in the processing aspects. So these two are the major aspects for the utilization of the food waste. And if you see in the supply chain management, your supply chain management, it just starts from the harvesting or the production of the food up to the consumption stage. And for that we can manage all the supply chain at the proper and lowest safe temperatures. So you can see this your cold chain management is one of the aspects which must be utilized for the reduction of the food losses. And we have successfully demonstrated this in case of the milk industry. So are all the cooperatives in the milk, like Amul or some other cooperatives, are they are utilizing this cold chain management practices in this sector, and thereby we save the huge losses. But this cold chain management is not fully functional and utilized in the horticulture sector and in some other sectors. So it is the need for the R. Then the other important aspects in the supply chain management to reduce the food losses are like as the intelligent packaging. We have to use these smart packaging or your edible packaging. Then antimicrobial packaging is there. Then increasing the hubs and the decision system points should also be increased by maintaining the blockchain facility, IoTs, and big data analysis. Apart from this, temperature control monitoring, as I say, just like as the cold chain management, but here the temperature control monitoring is more important by the use of your blockchain technology and some of the other technologies we have with us. Then the good distribution decisions. So this is related with the PDS system also, and with your supply systems. And then use of the scrap materials, you can use biotechnology is available for the biorefinery purpose and for the utilization or the conversion of the food waste into some of the valuable chemicals and some other bioethanol type of the things. And then in-depth product imagery is also important. So you see the biofuels or the bioethanol, which is the need of the hour now, and we are utilizing and demonstrating successfully in the Uttarakhand also, in the your Maharashtra also, and we are using the various types of the waste like your sugarcane bagasse, then your sorghum is also utilized for this bioethanol purpose. Then we can convert it into some of the other valuable components like your HMPs or FDCAs or polyethylene tetrafluoride or polyethylene furanate, and some others are like biopolymers or the proteins or the carbohydrates. Then some of the valuable other your chemicals, high value chemicals like the pectins you can utilize. Enzyme technology is there. Then oligosaccharides or the biosurfactants, then furfuryls or the lactic acids, then naringin and limonins from the citrus food waste. So all these technologies are available, and it should be commercialized, and we should be used at the commercial scale. The other potential utilization of these food bio waste is the biochar. So we have to convert them into the biochar, and then there are the various uses of the biochar also. Uh, so uh, we can say that the bioenergy or the biofuels or the chemicals or the materials or the bio-based products, these are the basics, and we must utilize our food waste, particularly the processing waste and the supply chain management waste, to convert into these products also. With this, I stop here, and I will later give the remarks on the basis of the uh, your papers presented later on. So thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your good words and some informative words for our student as well as for the attendees and delegates for this conference. I definitely would ask something from you before the presentation starts, because we have the time. What about Purali? Because you are in NIFTEM and you are already an expert of waste management. So, is anything being done regarding Purali, which is always a problem, is an issue there regarding smog and all that in NCR area?
Actually, sir, our institute is not working on this crop residue management because our main mandate is on the food waste management
Food
only.
waste management.
So we are working on the processing management. But as an agriculture student, I can say that this crop waste management, particularly in the western UP, in some parts of the Rajasthan, all of the Haryana and the Punjab. So here this crop residue is burning. But if you see the report of the ICAR in the last 2 years, due to that campaign by the governments also, and some of the restrictions imposed by the NGT also, there is the 54% cases are reduced in the crop burning. Second thing is this crop residues are not the waste. You cannot say that it is the waste. If you see our ancient culture, and if you see the organic agriculture and this natural farming nowadays, there is no waste, and it has to be utilized as a mulching material itself in the field. But why this problem is arises, that is more important. Why earlier they manage this crop residue, and why now we are not able to manage this residue? So we have to go into the depth on the reason of that, and the major reason is that now we are taking the 3 crops instead of the 2 crops. So our cropping system is almost 300%, and in some of the areas this cropping system is more than 300%. So if you are utilizing in the land for the 300% cropping intensity, then you have the very less time after the harvesting of the rice and sowing of the next crop, and we don't we cannot wait for the germination. So this is the major problem. So here the problem is to collect the residue, and then utilization is not a major problem, but collection from the field is the major problem. So now Haryana government is giving the some of the you can say this common facilities for collection of these residues from the field itself. And then now if you then second thing is the crop decomposers. So your ICR IARI is also released some crop decomposers your NCOF, that is the National Center of the on the Organic Agriculture. They also have some decomposers. So by the utilization of decomposers, then the collection and these collected material sent to the power generators. So here in the Panipat one refinery, they are utilizing this rice straw for the generation of the power also. So there are the various usage of this. So we can control these in the next 2 or 3 hours, 3 years later on, and I don't think that it will be the major problem after the 3 years. And there is the strict regulations by the National Green Tribunal also. But initially, the government imposed the penalty on the farmers, and they lost the cases against the farmers also. So the farmers raised the voice against this, and after this, your Kisan Andolan, they take back the cases. But this is not the solution. But you have to give the incentives those who are utilizing that crop residue instead of the burning. So that is the real
Right,
solution
right.
for the problem.
Yeah, but I'm I recently read somewhere about the use of this Kurali. An effort have been made by one of the IT, I think IT Chennai, about making some of the walls and some of the doors and windows out of this. So a lot of research is being done. There are no two opinions about that. But the thing is that viability of those research, how they can be, either this Kurali can be properly used or not. Research comes, things are done at pilot level, and after that some goes to commercial level and some just stop there. So but this is definitely a problem, and as the Dr. Sunil Parekh said, the fine imposing the fine is not a solution. How much fine you will do? So still this is a emergent research issue, and definitely can be taken up by the institute who are involved in the waste management. Naturally, NIFTEM is a premier institute of food processing, and the department of Dr. Sunil Parekh definitely be working on the food waste management. Food waste was itself a huge issue a couple of years before, but slowly and slowly the things are improving. And because of the government agencies, environmental agencies, and pollution control board, and a lot of other agencies, now the processors are understanding this thing. And I go and visit the food processing industries and have visited a lot. So if we talk about the liquid waste management, almost all of them now have wastewater treatment plant. So that is about liquid waste. Similarly about the solid waste. Anyway, that was from my side. Now I would request to Dr. Kushu madam, kindly start the presentations. Thank you very much.
Namaste to all dignitaries. So here we are going to start our session, but it's my request to continue two remaining papers from last session.
Yes, you can continue. Those two remaining from last session, and two from this session, because we have time only up to 3 o'clock. So yes, please go ahead.
So first presentation is about integrated vertical aeroponics farming system for vegetable production, and paper code is AFBI-2022. Presenter name is Nancy Kumari from BSc Agriculture third year.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson, ma'am, Honorable Advisor and CEO, sir, Honorable IC President, sir, and all higher dignities who were present here. I, JVN Nancy, pursuing BSc Honours Agriculture, third year, 6th SEM, from our extreme university, Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. I am from the Department of Agriculture and Veterinary Science. Today I am going to talk about aeroponic farming. My topic is vertical farming, which is
concluded with aeroponic farming. And my group member is Nancy, Megha, Sonu Verma, Isha Parasar, and Kumari Iram Khan. First of all, I am going to tell about aeroponic farming. Introduction. The term aeroponics means working air, derived from the Greek word for air. Air means hawa, and labor, which is derived from ponus, which is working in air. जो कि हम हवा में काम करेंगे वो aeroponics से related होंगे. This form of hydroponics involves
PPT is showing to you.
Yes, they are visible. PPTs are visible.
Okay.
This form of hydroponics involves growing plants without the use of soil. ये एक फॉर्म है हाइड्रोपोनिक फार्मिंग का. हाइड्रोपोनिक फार्मिंग वो थी जिनमें कि हम विदाउट द यूज ऑफ सॉइल हम प्लांट ग्रो कर रहे थे, क्योंकि आजकल डे बाय डे हमारी पॉपुलेशन इंक्रीज हो रही है. और जैसा कि हम देख रहे हैं कि हमारी पॉपुलेशन इंक्रीज हो रही है, उन्हें फीड कराने के लिए हमें उतनी फूड की भी जरूरत है. अगर हमारी पॉपुलेशन इंक्रीज होगी तो हमारी लैंड कैपेसिटी भी तो कम होती जाएगी डे बाय डे, क्योंकि हम उन पे रहने के लिए बिल्डिंग्स बना रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्रीज बना रहे हैं. इस कारण से हम इस सिस्टम को लेके आए ताकि हम हवा में फार्मिंग कर सके. इंस्टेड इट रिलाइज ऑन एयर टू डिलीवर अ न्यूट्रिएंट रिच मिस्ट टू द प्लांट रूट. इस फार्मिंग में हम रूट्स जो हैंग करते हैं एयर में उन्हें न्यूट्रिएंट्स रिच मिस्ट देते हैं, यानी कि धुंध के रूप में हम न्यूट्रिएंट पहुंचाते हैं प्लांट में. Over the years, many agricultural system variations have been developed to better suit changing operations and a diverse range of plants. इनमें क्या हो रहा है, क्लाइमेट वगैरह जैसे चेंज होते जा रहे हैं और हमें डिफरेंट रूप के प्लांट को ग्रो करवाना है. First used in 1920s for academic studies for root growth, aeroponics would not become a real contender until the late 90s when the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which is NASA, began looking at it an option for growing food in soilless environment, such as in space. While the progress is still in its infancy, aeroponics is quickly gaining popularity in places where the traditional farming simply isn't an option. जैसा कि इसमें ये बताया जा रहा है कि सबसे पहले 1920 में नासा ने एक एकेडमिक स्टडी के दौरान एरोपोनिक को डेवलप किया गया था. फिर 1990s में नासा, जो कि नेशनल एरोनॉटिक्स एंड स्पेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, वहां पे ये देखा गया कि फूड को क्यों ना हम विदाउट सॉइल ग्रो करें, क्योंकि उन्हें लगेज कैरी करना पड़ता था स्पेस जाने के लिए. उस चीज को कम करने के लिए उन्होंने फूड को ग्रो करना स्टार्ट किया स्पेस में, और ये इस तरह से डेवलप हुआ. Here is some diagrams about aeroponics. Abstract. The review paper describes a novel approach to the plant cultivation under soilless culture. ये रिव्यू पेपर जो कि मैं प्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ, ये डिस्क्राइब कर रहा है कि प्लांट को कैसे हम कल्टीवेट करें विदाउट सॉइल, क्योंकि हम जान रहे हैं कि हमारी सॉइल डे बाय डे पॉल्यूट हो रही है, डे बाय डे उनमें न्यूट्रिएंट की डेफिशिएंसी हो रही है. इन सब को मिनिमाइज करने के लिए हमने ऐसा सोचा कि क्यों ना हम सॉइल के बिना भी कल्चर कर सकें. At present, global climate change is accepted to raise the risk of frequent drought. जैसा कि हम जान रहे हैं क्लाइमेट चेंज होती जा रही है, और फ्रीक्वेंट ड्रॉट की जैसा कि देख रहे हैं हम, ऐसे कंट्रीज, ऐसे स्टेट्स जहाँ पे पानी की बहुत कमी हो रही है, उन जगहों पे अगर हम एरोपोनिक सिस्टम अपनाते हैं तो ये 80% वाटर की कमी को मिनिमाइज कर सकता है. ऐसा दिखा सकते हैं कि हम 80% पानी के बिना भी कल्चर कर सकते हैं. एग्रीकल्चर इज इन ए फेज ऑफ मेजर चेंज अराउंड द वर्ल्ड एंड डीलिंग विद सीरियस प्रॉब्लम्स. एग्रीकल्चर डे बाय डे डेवलप हो रही है वर्ल्ड में और बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम फेस कर रही है. इन फ्यूचर इट वुड बी डिफिकल्ट टास्क टू प्रोवाइड अ फ्रेश एंड क्लीन फूड सप्लाई फॉर द फास्ट ग्रोइंग पॉपुलेशन यूजिंग ट्रेडिशनल एग्रीकल्चर. जैसे कि हम देख रहे हैं डे बाय डे जैसे कि ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग आई है, ऐसे ही हम अगर एरोपोनिक यूज करें तो हम ट्रेडिशनल मेथड को यूज करके हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा सप्लाई करेंगे फूड की, वो भी फ्रेश और क्लीन फूड. Under such conditions, the soilless cultivation is an alternative technology to adopt effectively. The soilless system associated with the aeroponics and hydroponic system. In the aeroponic system, plants' roots are hanging in the artificially provided plastic holders and the foam material replacement of soil under control condition. इसमें क्या होती है, इस सिस्टम में प्लांट के जो रूट होते हैं वो हवा में हैंग करते होते हैं और उन्हें हम प्लास्टिक होल्डर या फिर फोम मटेरियल से सॉइल के बिना उन्हें हम उससे अटैच करके रखते हैं और उन पे
टाइम टू टाइम विद इन 15 to 18 सेकेंड में हम पर टाइम वाटर का स्प्रे कराते हैं। द रूट आर अलाउड टू डैंगल फ्रीली एंड ओपनली इन द एयर। रूट हमारे हवा में फ्रीली ओपनली लटके होते हैं। फिर हाउएवर द न्यूट्रिएंट रीच वाटर डिलीवर्ड विथ ऑटोमाइजेशन नोजल्स, और न्यूट्रिएंट जो होती है ऐसे नोजल्स लगे होते हैं जिनसे कि उन पे स्प्रे होती रहती है टाइम टू टाइम। Idea originated. Aeroponics was first introduced in 1920s, although it didn't catch on as popular method for growing plants until the 1980s. जब 1920 में इसे डिस्कवर किया गया उस टाइम ये कुछ ज़्यादा पॉपुलर नहीं हुआ था, पर जैसे टाइम बीतता गया 1980s तक ये पॉपुलर हो चुका था। टिल देन it was a mere academic study wanting implementation into commercial and hobby farming. इन्हें एक एकेडमिक स्टडी के द्वारा डेवलप किया गया था और इन्हें हॉबी फार्मिंग, जैसे कि सोचते थे हम कि हाँ जैसे फार्मिंग करते हैं तो इन्हें एक गार्डन के रूप में पहले अप्लाई किया गया था। द आइडिया ऑफ ग्रोइंग प्लांट्स विदाउट सोइल इज वेरी फॉरेन कॉन्सेप्ट टू मोस्ट पीपल। वन ऑफ द मेजर अर्ली अडॉप्टर्स वाज नासा। ये एक फॉरेन कॉन्सेप्ट थी जो कि विदेश से लाई गई थी, नासा ने इसे अडॉप्ट किया। दे एक्सपेरिमेंटेड विथ एरोपोनिक्स एज अ मेथड ऑफ ग्रोइंग प्लांट्स अबॉर्ड स्पेस फ्लाइट्स। इवन जो फ्लाइट्स होती है स्पेस में वहां पे भी इन्हें ग्रो करके देखा गया। दे गेव देम ह्यूज वेट सेविंग ओवर स्टोरिंग लार्ज अमाउंट्स ऑफ फूड ऑन द बोर्ड द स्पेस शटल। जो स्पेस में वो फूड लेके जाते थे, इतनी लगेज होती है उनकी, वहां पे अगर वो फूड खुद ग्रो कर लेते हैं, उन्हें ये सब लगेज कैरी करने की जरूरत नहीं होती। वेट सेविंग करने के लिए उन्होंने इस चीज की डिस्कवरी की थी। लिटरेचर रिव्यू। एरोपोनिक्स इज अ प्रॉमिसिंग soilless फार्मिंग मेथड फॉर सॉल्विंग फ्यूचर फूड क्राइसिस। इन्हें डेवलप किया गया विदाउट सॉइल के फ्यूचर की क्राइसिस, फूड की क्राइसिस को कम करने के लिए, एंड इज रिलेटिवली a new way for growing plants that is getting increasingly popular with many people because of the speed, cost and novelty. Aeroponic farming is a form of hydroponic techniques and a type of vertical farming. ये एक फॉर्म है हाइड्रोपोनिक टेक्निक की और एक टाइप है वर्टिकल फार्मिंग की। वर्टिकल फार्मिंग जैसा कि इसमें क्या होती है कि हम ऊंची खेती करते हैं, ना कि हॉरिजॉन्टली ऊंची खेती करते हैं। The word aeroponics is derived from the Latin word aero, air, and ponics means labor. This farming system empowered the producer to precisely control root zone nutrients, water regimes, and environmental condition, and have complete access to the root throughout the life of the crop. इसमें हम देख रहे हैं कि पानी की कमी हो उससे भी मिनिमाइज कर सकते हैं। रूट जोन तक न्यूट्रिएंट्स, ऐसा होता है कि हमारे रूट्स को भी ऑक्सीजन की जरूरत होती है और अगर रूट सॉइल में होते हैं उतने प्रॉपर अमाउंट में ऑक्सीजन नहीं मिल पाती है। इस सिस्टम के द्वारा जैसा कि देखा गया ड्राई वेट भी एज कंपेयर टू सॉइल वाली फार्मिंग से ज्यादा मिलती है। This aeroponics farming is superior in terms of excellent aeration, water use efficiency, less time and space requirements, seasonal independence, disease-free plants propagation, and large-scale plant production, etc. जैसा कि मैंने बताया कि aeroponic farming में excellent aeration, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हवा की, फिर पानी की efficiency, less time and space requirement, हर चीज। सीजनल इंडिपेंडेंस, हमें सीजनल इंडिपेंडेंस मतलब कि हमें सीजन पे डिपेंड नहीं होना पड़ता, हम विदाउट ऑफ सीजन भी कल्टीवेशन कर सकते हैं। डिजीज फ्री प्लांट्स प्रोपेगेशन, बीमारियों से दूर रहेंगे हमारे पौधे, एंड लार्ज स्केल प्लांट प्रोडक्शन, और स्पेस कम भी होगी उसमें भी हम लार्ज स्केल प्रोडक्शन कर सकते हैं देन द कन्वेंशनल मेथड ऑफ प्रोपेगेशन। Methodology. The basic principle of aeroponics growing is to grow plants suspended in a closed or semi-closed environment by spraying the plant's dangling roots and the lower stem with an atomized or sprayed nutrient-rich water solution. जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी बताया कि वाटर इसमें क्या करते हैं, मिस्ट के रूप में स्प्रे करते हैं, जिससे कि क्या होती है हमारी 80 से 90% वाटर की सेविंग होती है और न्यूट्रिएंट्स भी डायरेक्ट रूट तक जाती है, रूट जोन तक। द लीव्स एंड द क्रोन ऑफन कॉल्ड एज कैनोपी एक्सटेंडेड एबव। जो कैनोपी होती है, लीव्स और सूट पोर्शन होती है, वो अबव होती है। फिर द रूट ऑफ द प्लांट आर सेपरेटेड बाय द प्लांट सपोर्ट स्ट्रक्चर, ऑफन क्लोज्ड सेल फोम इज कंप्रेस्ड अराउंड द लोअर स्टेम एंड इंसर्टेड इनटू एन ओपनिंग इन द एरोपोनिक्स चैम्बर विच डिक्रीजेस लेबर एंड एक्सपेंसेस। इनमें हमें बहुत से एडवांटेज होते हैं कि हमें लेबर कॉस्ट भी कम लगती है और एक्सपेंस भी कम लगती है। फॉर लार्जर प्लांट्स ट्रेलिंग इज यूज्ड टू सस्पेंड द वेट ऑफ वेजिटेशन एंड फ्रूट। छोटे पौधे तो होते हैं उनकी वेट तो कम होती है, हम उन्हें हैंग कर देते हैं, पर जो लार्ज प्लांट्स होते हैं उनके लिए हम
ऐसी ट्रेसलिंग एक मेथड होती है, उसे यूज करते हैं ताकि उनके वेट को मिनिमाइज कर सकें। Conclusion. In conclusion, the best benefit of aeroponics are the massive plants growth and higher yields compared to other system. ये इसके बेनिफिट्स ये हैं कि इसमें प्लांट की ग्रोथ बहुत ज़्यादा होती है और यील्ड बहुत ज़्यादा आती है, क्योंकि हम फोकस इस पे करते हैं आजकल कि सिर्फ हमारी यील्ड ज़्यादा हो। इसमें प्रोडक्शन भी क्वालिटी प्लस क्वांटिटी दोनों अच्छी आती है। हाउएवर दीज एडवांटेजेस आल्सो कम विथ अ कॉस्ट। हाँ, ये एडवांटेजेस होते हैं, पर कॉस्ट भी हमें उसमें लगानी होगी। द प्राइस टू सेट अप द सिस्टम इज क्वाइट एक्सपेंसिव एंड इट आल्सो रिक्वायर्स टेक्निकल एक्सपर्टीज एज वेल एज द एडवांस्ड नॉलेज। जैसा कि इन सिस्टम को करने के लिए हमें नॉलेज की भी जरूरत है। हमें जब तक मालूम नहीं होगा कि हम इन सिस्टम को कैसे यूज करें, हम इनका यूज नहीं ले सकते। अबाउट पीएच एंड न्यूट्रिएंट डेंसिटी रेशियो, इनमें हमें पीएच कितनी चाहिए, न्यूट्रिएंट डेंसिटी कितनी चाहिए, उन हर चीज की नॉलेज होनी चाहिए। फॉर दिस स्पेशल काइंड ऑफ प्लांट कल्टीवेशन, ये एक स्पेशल काइंड ऑफ प्लांट कल्टीवेशन है। इफ यू आर अ बिगिनर in the domain of growing hydroponically, I would say ideally weigh the pros and cons and choose the best system that you think we will work for this stage. Differences? Thank you, sir.
Yadav sir, your comments needed?
Yes, definitely. She did a good presentation, and since we have the experts here already, Dr. Sunil Parekh is here. No matter he is the associate professor and head agriculture and waste management, NIFTEM, but he has a good background. You are also here, sir. So I am passing on it both of you. Director PD Yadav sir is also here for the comments and the moderation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good presentation. How to apply irrigation?
Yes, sir. Can
How
you
to
repeat?
apply and at what interval? How to apply irrigation and at what interval we should apply?
About 10 to 15 minutes interval, we have to spray regular interval of time the mist and nutrients, because जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि इन्हें हम पानी के बिना कर रहे हैं, तो हमें पर टाइम इन्हें मॉइस्चर प्रोवाइड करनी होगी। विदाउट मॉइस्चर इनके रूट में ग्रोथ होने के चांसेस कम हो जाएंगे। तो 10 से 15 मिनट्स बाद इन पे स्प्रे करना जरूरी है।
Then the nutrient combination?
Yes, sir. NPK, the major macronutrients, which is NPK, which is essentially added in these nutrients, and micronutrients like calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, etc. are added in this mist.
As per the requirement of the plants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Actually, in between some, Continue, please. Who was speaking? Dr. Sunil, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir.
Sure, please. Your comments, please.
Yeah. So first, congratulations for this nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Although you have to improve your slides next time,
Yes.
it's a good presentation by the UG student, we say. Not much crowdy slides you have to show, only the bullets are needed and some of the photographs if you show, that will be better. So these are my suggestions for the future. Then can you define the high-tech horticulture? How you can define the high-tech horticulture?
Okay, sir. High-tech horticulture means that हम इसमें हाई टेक्नोलॉजी की यूज करें, जैसे कि जीपीएस, जीआईएस आजकल यूज होते हैं। इनमें हम जितने भी न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी होते हैं, मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी, उनके यूज करें हम, ताकि हमारी यील्ड क्वांटिटी क्वालिटी दोनों में अच्छी हो।
No, this is not the definition of high-tech horticulture. आपने एकेडमिक डेफिनेशन कहीं पढ़ी है इसकी? चलो मैं आराम से पूछता हूँ।
सर, कैन आई अगेन आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन?
What is definition of high-tech horticulture? Because
Okay,
just saying that high technology is used in the horticulture or the agriculture, that is the high-tech agriculture or horticulture, that's not sufficient.
Okay, sir. I'm going to again telling about this that high-tech horticulture means the set of cultivation of vegetable fruits.
I, I'm not
Horti-
asking about the horticulture.
yes, sir. I'm elaborating,
आपको
ma'am.
पता है तो बताओ, नहीं तो कोई बात नहीं, पढ़ना जा करके what is
पता है.
high-tech horticulture है ना. The exact definition you must be go through, which is
Yes.
given by the your ministry also. Okay. Then what is the use of the drone technology in the smart agriculture?
सर ड्रोन टेक्नोलॉजी की यूज एग्रीकल्चर में बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पोर्टेंट है. जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि हमारे पास हर तरह के फार्मर्स हैं, स्मॉल, मार्जिनल, लार्ज, मीडियम. तो इनके लिए हम लेबर कॉस्ट बहुत ज़्यादा होती है, तो इनसे
किस एरिया में काम करोगे? ड्रोन्स जो है वो किस किस काम के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं एग्रीकल्चर में?
ड्रोन्स
अभी तक प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ है, उसमें सब एलोबरेट किया, बताइए आप.
यस सर. ड्रोन्स पेस्टिसाइड्स कितने अमाउंट में हम डालेंगे, न्यूट्रिएंट कब डालेंगे, विच टाइम डालेंगे, कौन से ड्रोन्स हेल्प करते हैं फार्मर्स को ऑप्टिमाइज करने के लिए कि कैसे इनपुट्स का यूज करेंगे, चाहे वो सीड हो, फर्टिलाइजर हो, वाटर हो, टू रिएक्ट मोर क्विकली टू थ्रेट्स, पेस्ट, फंजाइज, टू सेव द टाइम ऑफ क्रॉप सिक्योरिटी.
So is there any regulatory authority and regulations on the drone technology used in the agriculture?
Sir, can you again repeat the question?
Is there any regulatory authority in our country and there is some regulations on the use of the drones technology in the agriculture? कुछ आइडिया है तो बताओ, otherwise we can't expect from the UG student, but I ask you.
सर रेगुलेशन तो ड्रोन सिस्टम में ये हो सकते हैं ना कि इनकी जो कॉस्ट है ये हाई है, तो हर कोई अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकता. और
नहीं, मैं वो रेगुलेशंस की बात नहीं कर रहा. कोई बात नहीं, ये आपके लेवल की चीज नहीं है. दिस इज द पॉलिसी रिलेटेड इशू एंड माय क्वेश्चन वाज विद द रॉन्ग गाय. सो व्हाट इज वर्टिकल फार्मिंग?
वर्टिकल फार्मिंग, ऊंची खेती, इनमें स्पेस बहुत ज्यादा होती है. जैसा कि हम जानते हैं हवा में हम खेती करेंगे, तो ये ऊंची खेती होती है इस तरह की, ना कि हम जमीन में सॉइल की मदद से विदाउट यूज ऑफ सॉइल हम स्पेस में फार्मिंग करेंगे. वर्टिकल फार्मिंग इज द प्रैक्टिस ऑफ ग्रोइंग क्रॉप्स इन वर्टिकली स्ट्रैप्ड लेयर्स.
So you have discussed about this aeroponics. So can you tell me the successful examples of the aeroponics, and the aeroponics is suitable for which type of the crops?
Yes sir. पोटैटो, जैसा कि हम हरियाणा के पोटैटो इंस्टीट्यूट में देख सकते हैं कि पोटैटो के सीड ट्यूबर्स को ग्रो करने के लिए इतनी अमाउंट में पोटैटो वो प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं एज कंपेयर टू नॉर्मल फील्ड पोटैटो. ये 70 to 80% मोर देन पोटैटो ट्यूबर्स हमें ग्रो करके देते हैं.
So one crop is the
पोटैटो
for the propagule purpose. Then
Yes,
what
sir.
about the other crops?
लेट्यूस, जो कि हम रेस्टोरेंट में यूज कर रहे हैं एज अ ग्रीन सैलेड के रूप में, इनकी प्रोडक्शन बहुत ले रहे हैं. टोमेटोज, बीट रूट, ये सब जो भी रूट क्रॉप है और लीफी वेजिटेबल्स हैं, इन सब के बहुत प्रोडक्शन ले रहे हैं.
आपके पास में अगर दो सिस्टम है, वन इज द हाइड्रोपोनिक्स एंड अदर वन इज द एरोपोनिक्स, एंड यू हैव टू ग्रो द लेट्यूस, व्हिच वन यू प्रेफर एंड व्हाई?
सर मैं एरोपोनिक को प्रीफर करूंगी क्योंकि ये एक हाइड्रोपोनिक का डेवलप्ड फॉर्म है. इसमें हाइड्रोपोनिक के कंपेयर में और कम पानी और न्यूट्रिएंट की जरूरत होती है, और इनकी जो ड्राई वेट होती है ना, वो हाइड्रोपोनिक के कंपेयर में ज्यादा देखा गया है, क्योंकि हाइड्रोपोनिक में ड्राई वेट की कमी होती है. ड्राई वेट वो होता है जो कि अगर किसी प्लांट को हम ड्राई करते हैं और उन्हें मेजर करते हैं तो उनका वेट जो आता है एज कंपेयर टू हाइड्रोपोनिक, उनमें वाटर की कैपेसिटी ज्यादा होती है, और एरोपोनिक फार्मिंग में ड्राई वेट की कैपेसिटी ज्यादा होती है, तो इनसे हमें यील्ड ज्यादा मिलती है. तो मैं एरोपोनिक को प्रेफर करूंगी एज कंपेयर टू हाइड्रोपोनिक फार्मिंग.
So how you determine the nutrient requirement in the aeroponics?
सर जब डेफिशिएंसी होगी तो कुछ ना कुछ सिम्टम दिखेंगे हमें उन प्लांट में. एट द टाइम उन्हें चेक करना पड़ेगा कि उनकी कौन सी न्यूट्रिएंट की डेफिशिएंसी किस पार्ट में दिख रही है, फिर उस हिसाब से हम
So you wait for the deficiency
no,
symptoms
no sir.
before giving the nutrient?
No sir.
Sir.
No, sir, I can't wait for this. No, sir, I can't wait for
So,
this.
so how you give the nutrients and how you determine the quantity of nutrients for the particular crop in aeroponics?
ऐसे मेजरमेंट सिस्टम भी तो लगे होंगे ना उसमें, मैं ज्यादा तो नहीं जानती हूँ सर, पर मैं जितना जानती हूँ इनमें ऐसे नोजल्स वगैरह लगे होते हैं जिन्हें एक टाइम इंटरवल पे फिक्स किया जाता है और साइंटिस्ट वगैरह।
आपने देखा है कहीं सिस्टम?
सर ऑनलाइन देखिए मैंने, ऑफलाइन तो नहीं देखा है।
अच्छा. But there are some systems are also for determining the nutrient status.
यस सर, ऐसे कोई ना कोई टेक्निक उनमें लगे होंगे पर मैंने तो नहीं देखा।
चलो खैर, लेकिन आपको प्रेजेंट करना था तो पहले थोड़ा सा इस पे भी स्टडी करनी थी आपको. No problem. But your standard and your presentation is really good. If we see the second year or the third year BSc student,
Yeah,
congratulations.
third year. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I think Kushu madam will call the next. Would you like to add or ask anything, Ashwini sir? Yeah, okay. Next, next presenter.
Next presentation is about recent advances in post-harvest technology of fruits and vegetables. And presenter names are Monica Ghosh and Miran Pandey from BSc Agriculture 4th year. Paper code is AFBI-2022.
Namaste to all the dignitaries present in the conference. I, JVN Monica Ghosh,
And I, JVN Mrinal Pandey,
pursuing BSc Honours Agriculture, Semester 8 from Jayoti Vidyapeeth Women's University, going to present the slides on the topic Recent Advances in Post-Harvest Technology of Fruits and Vegetables. Fruits and vegetables comes under the horticulture. The fruits are the ripened ovary and are of acidic nature and consumed in raw form, whereas vegetables may be fruits, leaves, stems, flowers, roots, etc. These are alkaline in nature and consumed in cooked form. India is the second largest producer.
Wait a minute. From where are you reading? Your slide is saying something else. What is going on?
Sir, I am giving the introduction of horticulture.
Okay, so what you are explaining that introduction or what reading a paragraph from somewhere, that's not fair. आपके पास कोई written material रखा हुआ है वहां पर?
Sir, I am giving
focus towards the slide and then present it. Okay.
Okay. So basically हम पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी की अगर हम बात करें तो पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी तब शुरू होती है जब हम हार्वेस्ट कर लेते हैं. हार्वेस्ट करने के बाद जो कंज्यूमर है वहां तक पहुंचने के बीच में बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स आ जाती हैं. वो प्रॉब्लम्स को कैसे हम दूर करेंगे ताकि जो लॉसेस हैं वो कम से कम हो और हमें जो प्रोडक्ट है उसकी वैल्यू एडिशन हो सके, उसकी शेल्फ लाइफ इंक्रीज हो सके और जो है हम ये भी कर सकते हैं कि कैसे हम उसको थ्रू आउट द ईयर कस्टमर्स को अवेलेबल करा सकते हैं. तो इसमें बहुत सारी चीजें आती हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल जो प्रोटेक्शन होता है, प्रोटेक्शन मीन्स वी हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट द फ्रूट और द वेजिटेबल फ्रॉम डिजीज, पेस्ट एक्सेट्रा. ऑल्सो फ्रॉम टेम्परेचर या ह्यूमिडिटी ज्यादा ना हो जाए क्योंकि अलग अलग माइक्रोब्स जो होते हैं वो अलग अलग टेम्परेचर पे काम करते हैं. नेक्स्ट इज कंजर्वेशन. Conservation, processing. Conservation means in conservation we have to conserve the fruits and vegetables for जैसे कि अगर हम
your slides are not moving actually. You are still on the first slide.
Yes sir, I'm explaining the first slide only.
Okay.
Conservation, we have to in conservation means we are protecting or preserving the fruits and vegetables. Next is the processing. Processing means हम उसमें कैसे प्रोसेस कर रहे हैं. जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल अगर हमने टमाटो ले लिया तो हम टमाटो को कैसे उसका केचप बना के, उसका प्यूरी बना के, उसके सॉस बना के कैसे हम मार्केट में उसको बेच सकते हैं, ताकि जो हमारा फार्मर है उसका जो भी प्रोड्यूस वो दे रहा है वो ज्यादा टाइम तक चले. पैकेजिंग डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, पैकेजिंग ऐसी होनी चाहिए जिससे कि ये हो सके कि वो ज्यादा से ज्यादा दूर तक जा सके, हम उसका एक्सपोर्ट कर सकें. मोस्टली क्या होता है कि फ्रूट्स और फ्लावर्स जो वेजिटेबल्स होते हैं वो पेरिशेबल आइटम्स होते हैं, वो कुछ टाइम बाद खराब हो जाते हैं. तो उसकी लॉन्जिटिविटी बढ़ी रहे इसके लिए हमको उसके पैकेजिंग पे भी ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. नेक्स्ट इज मार्केटिंग. मार्केटिंग अगर प्रॉपर नहीं होगी तो प्रोड्यूस कितना भी बल्क अमाउंट में हो वो वेस्ट हो जाएगा, क्योंकि कंज्यूमर तक हम उस चीज को पहुंचा नहीं पा रहे. इसलिए मार्केटिंग जो है वो बहुत ही ज्यादा जरूरी है. एंड यूटिलाइजेशन टू मीट द फूड एंड न्यूट्रिशनल रिक्वायरमेंट्स ऑफ द पीपल. नेक्स्ट इज इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी. पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो प्रिवेंट करता है पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉसेस को. हम इसको अगर पढ़ते हैं या इसको सीखते हैं, इसको जानते हैं, तो हम ये जान सकते हैं कि लॉसेस को हम कैसे प्रिवेंट कर सकते हैं. इम्प्रूव्स न्यूट्रिशन. अगर हम पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी में फॉर एग्जांपल हमने पिकल बनाया, तो पिकल अगर हमने मिक्स पिकल बनाया तो उसमें हम बहुत सारे वेजिटेबल्स ऐड कर रहे हैं, उसमें हम स्पाइसेस ऐड कर रहे हैं, उसमें हम एक्स्ट्रा चीजें ऐड कर रहे हैं जो कि न्यूट्रिशन को इम्प्रूव करेगा. Next is adds value to agricultural products. Value addition is the basic point in of post harvest.
I would again interrupt. You use the mixed language and the scientific terminology. You are final year student and you can speak. What motivated you to completely narrate in Hindi medium? I am not against Hindi or anything, but maintain professionalism and maintain technical terms and speak technical terms. Okay.
Opens new market opportunities. If we are using post-harvest technology, we are doing value addition, then the market opportunity will increase. Generates new jobs. The employment generation will be increased if post-harvest technology and shelf life of the products are, for example, we are making ketchups, we are making pickles, we are making anola candies, we are making all these things, and many lay persons or poor persons, many women and men are involved in these jobs and they get employment in these sectors of agro-food. Next is advances in post-harvest handling. First of all, we have to see many points. Many points, for example, like maturity indices, varietal improvement, ripening, on-farm and storage, and value additions. First of all, I would like to explain about varietal improvement. Good returns can be obtained from a good quality raw material, and selection of varieties is most essential. If we want good returns from our produce, then we have to use good quality material. If we are making a jam and we are using poor quality material, then the product will not be good and we will not get good returns from that. Example, success has been made in selection of carrot and tomato cultivars. Various cultivars have been made by our scientists, for example, like for transportation and processing purposes. For example, the tomato Roma is good for transportation and processing purpose, and Pusa Chuara is good for transportation. Like that, we have to choose good quality products and we have to make it for higher shelf life. We have to choose those products which are good for processing and transportation, long duration. Method of harvesting. Manual or mechanical methods affects the post-harvest quality of fruits and vegetables. Mechanical injuries like bruising, surface abrasion, and cuts can accelerate loss of water and vitamin C, resulting in increased susceptibility to decay, causing pathogen. For example, in India, we use bamboo pole and net to harvest mangoes. But nowadays, hydraulic platforms are present to harvest the mangoes. If suppose that the mango falls from the tree and it get bruising. Bruising means there is a cut and the chemicals present in the fruits get oxidized, and the consumer will deny it and he or she will not buy it. So ultimately, the farmer will get a problem and there is a huge loss. So to avoid that, we should do proper harvesting. Also, during harvesting, we should consider some points like if we are harvesting watermelon, then there should be proper checking that it is matured or not matured, etc. Now, rest of the slide will be presented by JVN Mrinal Pandey.
Thank you, Monica. So now, sir, next one is pre-cooling. So immediate cooling of the produce to its optimum storage temperature for removal of field heat is most effective tool for extending storage life of fresh horticulture perishables. For example, packing the produce with crushed or feckled ice to provide rapid cooling along with the high relative humidity, or keeping produce under shed. So on farm storage, it is required in remote and inaccessible areas of the country. For example, low-cost evaporative cool chambers developed at various research institutes like zero energy cool chamber are structured for storage of perishable items. So I can proudly say that first time zero energy cool chamber was made in India. Value addition. So next one is value addition. Various technologies based on available raw material has been developed to meet the demand of processing sector. For example, juice extraction for production of concentrate from apple, palm, citrus, fermentation to prepare fruit wines, fruit-based carbonate juices, canning of fruits, pulp extraction, pickling, chutney and sauce making, etc. So there are some future strategies related to this topic. So crop productivity and quality maintenance through selection, breeding, biotechnology, and post-harvest management. So biotechnology plays a major role in value addition of different kinds of grain and food products. So it increases value of products. It makes farming more profitable to farmer and more cheaper than normal farming. So minimization of wastage and quality losses through development of cool chain technology, expansion of raw material availability and upgradation of its quality, harmonization of various food laws. So there are various food laws which are given by our government to protect our to help our consumers, like EGMARK and BIS also. Next one is investment and improvement in infrastructure like rural roads, rural electrification, wasteland development, and cool chain. Thank you, sir. Any suggestion from you all?
Yes, it was a remove this slide. Yeah, it was a so-so presentation. Post-harvest technology is now very well developed. You did good effort. All right, because the presenter before you have come, they have presently, they presented more confidently with lot of other materials. So I'm not just discouraging you, but yes, you did a good effort. That's fine. There are no two opinions in that. First thing I would like to ask, the very basic question: if somebody asks you, what do you mean by fruits and vegetables? What they are? Because when we deal with the post-harvest technology, we need to know, and all the professionals, they should know that. So, what are fruits and vegetables? There's a one-line answer for them. If you don't know that, there's no meaning of studying post-harvest technology. Tell me.
So they are perishable items
Perishable, you are very close. There is another more specific word, which they are perishable. Yes, that's true. They are
You are asking
living
about.
beings. They do breathe. As I'm
Difference.
breathing, you breathe. That is the key. वो हमारे और आपकी तरह जिंदा है, रेस्पिरेशन करते हैं, ठीक है, सांस लेते हैं.
Yes, yes, sir.
So that is important. You look them with that perspective. They are very delicate in nature. तो मैं आपसे सुनना चाह रहा था जब आपने when you I asked the question, your answer, I was expecting an answer that they are living being. Second thing, in your slide you use two words, cool chain and cold chain. Which is correct word?
So cold chain.
Then
Cold
why
chain.
did you use cool chain?
So,
I never
sorry.
heard this terminology before. I am hearing first time cool chain. Once a while, somewhere might be someone have used it. So
Cold chain.
cold chain. Yes. What is cold chain then? Explain.
So cold chain technology, in this technology, we use dry ice for transport of the product from the place of production to the consumer.
Are fruits and vegetables produced?
Yes, sir.
From the place of harvest, बोलिए ना, from the place of harvest till the consumers, whatever you are doing with grading, sorting, packing, processing, primary, secondary, tertiary, whatever. Okay, means they are to be maintained at a low temperature.
Sir, we have to maintain a certain temperature ताकि वो खराब ना हो आगे चल के, इसीलिए
Yes.
we use cold chain.
Yes. Okay. All right. So you use the word pre-cooling. Why we do the pre-cooling?
To remove the field heat. So pre-cooling necessary after harvesting because sometimes, sir, in after harvesting, if you harvest the fruit or vegetable in summer or in hot temperature, then
स्पेशली जो उसका शेल्फ लाइफ होता है ना वो बढ़ा रहे और वो दूर तक जा सके, उसका हम ट्रक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कर सके, तो इसलिए जरूरी है कि फील्ड हीट जो है उसको अवॉइड किया जाए. उसके लिए हमने जीरो एनर्जी कूल चैम्बर का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है जो
No. Don't go that far. Don't go to the transportation. Don't go to the zero energy chamber. These are the different talks. I simply ask pre-cooling. Answer is to remove the field heat. Pre-cooling के बाद आपको और भी बहुत कुछ करना पड़ेगा. तब जाके वो पहुंचेगा मुंबई मद्रास जहाँ भी लेके जाना है, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन में जाना है. आप जब जीरो एनर्जी कूल चैम्बर पे आ गए, काइंडली डू नॉट गेट कंफ्यूज. Pre-cooling is done soon. Let me speak. Soon after the harvest to remove the field heat. This is it. अब आगे आप जो मर्जी करते रहिए.
Shed, or we can harvest our fruit and vegetable during morning or evening hours.
Okay, I'm done from with the question and answer on this presentation. Over to you, Dr. Sunil. If you would like to ask anything, and other experts, Dr. Ashwini Kumar
It's
sir.
okay.
And
It's okay. You have asked everything.
Yes.
Okay, so students,
Yes, sir.
some of the very basic questions and some of the advanced questions. So do you feel that your title of the presentation matches with your content of the presentation?
Absolutely, yes. Good question.
You have mentioned advances in post-harvest technology. So have you presented the advances in post-harvest technology or the very basics of the post-harvest technology?
We tried to do that. We tried to present our topic.
So it is not matched with your title. Actually, you have presented the very, very basic things in the post-harvest technology. My other very basic question is there any difference in the three terms? One is the post-harvest management, other one is the processing, and third is the post-harvest technology. So is there any difference in these two terms or these are the synonym terms?
सर पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी मीन्स कि उसमें हम साइंस ले आते हैं. विदाउट साइंस एनीथिंग कैन नॉट बी कंप्लीट. और सर पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में एक लेमैन को भी अगर हम बता देंगे तो ही और शी विल डू. एंड सर द थर्ड टॉपिक वाज
processing or the value addition.
प्रोसेसिंग वैल्यू एडिशन करते हैं, किसी भी चीज की वैल्यू एडिशन करते हैं. अगर हम नॉर्मली एक टमाटो बेच रहे हैं, वो 15 to 30 रुपीज मिल रहा है, और अगर हम उसकी वैल्यू एडिशन कर देते हैं तो उसका कॉस्ट बढ़ जाएगा. ये सारे ही आपस में मिले हुए चीजें हैं.
Still you are confused with the three terms, and you are totally confused with your presentation also, because I have seen that your one of the slide titled post harvest handling, and you discussed about the jams, jellies, or the ketchups. That is not the that is not under the post harvest handling. So these three terms are altogether different. In the post harvest management, you deals with the fresh fruits and vegetables. These are not converted into the processed products. But in the processing and value addition, you need to convert them into the ultra processed products, like your form are changed in the product. So these two are the very different areas. And if you combine both of them, post harvest management and processing, then you can say it is the post harvest technology. So post harvest technology is a broader word. Again, my very basic question is post harvest. These are two terms or the single word, post harvest?
Sir, two terms. Post means after and harvest means harvesting of the produce.
No, this is again the bad nomenclature. Post harvest is a single word. So in future you have to be very cautious about this. Then again, very basic question: how much percentage of the post harvest losses in the horticulture crops in India?
30 to 40%.
No.
30 to 40%, about more one.
I purposefully ask you this question actually, because most of the people are answering 30 to 40% or like 33% like that. But our latest studies showed that in our India, the post-harvest losses in the fruits and vegetables ranged from 5% to 18% only. So these are very old figures, the 33% or the 30 to 40%. One report tabled on the parliament in 2014, which says that there are the post-harvest losses in between the 5% to 18% only in different fruits, and the nature of the losses are also different in the different type of fruits. And this is the policymaker also. The study was done by the CFET and the Ministry of Food Processing Industries. And the total losses in terms of the value was in the 2014 was 92,000 crore rupees. So still it is very high losses, 92,000 crore rupees in 2014. And in that year, the budget of the whole agriculture ministry was 24,000 crores. So the 4 times more post-harvest losses occurs in the all agricultural crops, and out of that 50% is from the horticultural crops only. So this is just for your knowledge. And then you talk about the employment generation. So can you quantify this employment generation in the post-harvest sector in terms of the money? If you invest the 1,000 crore rupees in the paper sector, 1,000 crore rupees in the textile sector, 1,000 crore rupees in some manufacturing sector, service sector, and 1,000 crore rupees in the processing or the food technology sector, then how much comparative generation of the employment is there? So now everything is in terms of the money. Why we invest in this sector? Have you any idea? The highest employment generation is in the post-harvest sector. In terms of the money, if you invested the 1,000 crore rupees, then comparative analysis said that almost 4 times more employment generation in the other sectors, in the textile sectors or in the paper sector also. So this is just for your knowledge only. But here your topic was the advanced post-harvest technology. So what are the advanced post-harvest technology? Can you enlist them only?
So different biotechnological processes are there which helps us in value addition of
what type of the biotechnological processes?
So like we can
Let me interrupt. There is a rule of thumb. If you do not know You can say we do not know. He is asking a question, list down at least the advanced post-harvest technologies for fruits and vegetables. Why are you taking it to the biotechnology?
Because the biotechnology helps
Try.
in.
Have you heard the pulsed electric field?
Yes, sir.
Have you heard about the pulsed electric field? High hydrostatic processing, high pressure processing, use of the ozone technology, then
Actually,
your
they are
ohmic
they are
heating.
from, tell your program you are from BSc Honors Agriculture, final year students. Yeah, so it's
So
not in
all
this
these are
syllabus actually. Yeah.
just you have to name only
Yeah.
if you know. Then again, my very basic question to you. There are the two sentences. Uh, you have to answer that both the sentences are correct, both the sentences are wrong. One sentence, which one is correct and which one is wrong. So there is the two sentence. By adopting the proper post-harvest technology practices, we can increase the quality of the harvested produce. This is my first sentence. Second sentence is, by adopting the proper post-harvest technology practices, we can maintain the quality of the harvested produce for a longer time. So you have to answer whether both the statements are correct,
So
and
both.
if any one statement is wrong and one statement is correct, then you have to answer.
So firstly, you have said that we have the produce is increased, and secondly, you are saying that the shelf life is increasing.
So both
Yes, so
are.
First
both.
one is the increase the quality of the harvested produce. Second one is the maintain the quality of the harvested produce.
Sir, we
In
can
short.
maintain. We can maintain. We cannot. We cannot enhance the quality. Now already we have chosen the seed and varieties already. It is
Yes,
pre-decided.
yes, your answer is right. At least you have gave some right answer. You cannot increase the quality of the harvested produce. Just you can maintain the quality of the harvested produce. Yes, sir. Ashwini, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, I have two questions in my mind which are quite related or unrelated. One question is that we heard long time ago that radiation was given to the fruits and crops before packing, and this will hold them for a very long time. This was one technology. And secondly, commonly in the market we find all the vegetables are green and healthy looking, and no rotten vegetable. So what I have noted or read that many farmers spray mercaptophenol and other things so that their vegetable remain fresh for long time, and this is causing greatest pollution. So what about these two things? Can you explain us with your wide knowledge, Dr. Parik?
Yeah. So first about the irradiation of the foods and the fresh produce. So irradiation of the foods and fresh produce are legal. It is safe and it is used throughout the world except the Japan. So even if any of the country wants to export the mangoes, for example, to the US, then irradiation treatments are essential. If you are not irradiated the mangoes, then you cannot export the mangoes to the US. So this is the essential requirement for the US. But if you want to export the mangoes to the Japan, then they are not allowed the irradiation. They allowed the vapor heat treatments. So with the country wise there is the differences, but in general we can say that irradiation technology is safe, irradiation technology is legal, but you have to use up to the certain extent only and the permissible limits. For example, in case of the mangoes, just 125 grays of the gamma rays are allowed. Then you have to use only up to that extent. You cannot go beyond that.
And it
Then
has no adverse effect.
it has
It
no
will.
adverse effect. So far, it has not no adverse effect. FIS also approved this. FSSAI in our country also approved this, and there is the different logo for the irradiated foods. You can identify it easily by in that logo only. Then second question is about, I forgot that.
This spray of Belatheon and other thing.
Yeah,
Farmer when they bring crop to the selling, they spray with the insecticide and pesticide.
yeah. there are the various wrong practices adopted by the farmers and by the traders also. These are not allowed by law, and these are the offenses, but still they are utilizing. For example, the very, very common example is the use of the calcium carbide for the ripening. So calcium carbide is banned long ago all over the world. In India also it is banned because it is the carcinogenic, and the
Oh,
ripening agent is the ethylene. But instead of the ethylene, it generates the acetylene gas, and that acetylene gas is used to ripen, and thereby it is responsible for some of the headache type things, then allergy, and in the extreme cases carcinogenic also, and it is banned.
oh,
But still, जिसको हम कहते हैं कि धड़ल्ले से इसका यूज हो
It
रहा
is
है,
actually so-called
it is
masala.
used generously,
Fruit vegetable vendor, they called it so-called their masala. कि मसाले के
masala,
बके
पकाने वाला मसाला.
yeah, calcium carbide. Or
and,
nowadays,
and,
natural
and
ripening
even
rooms are
the
coming up for banana and all other. So
yeah,
that is actually very harmful. In my
yeah, and
childhood, we most of
even
the
the
time we can take, yeah. So
use of this calcium carbide is non-bailable offense. One
absolutely,
cannot get the
oh,
bail.
and it should
One
be. Why
cannot
not?
get the bail before the High Court. So this is such an offense. But we see that how our system is working actually. This is the question on the system also.
Absolutely,
But
absolutely.
FSSAI has absolutely banned this, and the other chemicals are also banned. They cannot use, and even if you spray on the crop, then there
That is
is some
also
wetting
prohibited.
period.
Yeah.
The malathion is the safest, we say, the safest insecticide. But if the there is the 7 days wetting period, so you cannot harvest the crop within the 7 days of the harvest. So such type of the regulations are there, but we have to follow all these regulations. That is the thing.
right, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
FSI is
Thank
doing
you.
good. So anyway, two more
Thank you.
presentations are left, and we have little time. So what I would request to Dr. Khushbu Madam, kindly call the presenters, get them presented, and it is a request to moderator also. Do the moderation in a little bit speedy way, as the time is approaching fast. Thank you very much.
Coming to the this session papers, and first paper is utilization of food waste and byproducts as an opportunity for income generation. Paper code is IFBI 401, and presenter names are Diksha Mathur and Megha Dhuria. So over to you.
Namaste, Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable Advisor and CEO Sir, Honorable IC President Sir, Director Sir, and all the other experts present here. I, JVN Megha Dhuria, pursuing BTech, MTech, FPT, for 6th semester student.
I am JVN Diksha Mathur, pursuing BSc in Food Science and Technology, 4th sem.
From Jyoti Vidyapeeth, Women's University, Jaipur, Department of Food and Biotechnology and Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Science, I presenting a paper on topic utilization of food waste and byproduct as an opportunity income generation. The present review paper is focused on the utilization of food waste product and recycling for the income generation in the local community. Food industry byproducts for food waste. What is food waste? The term food waste refers to the product that are intended for human consumption. Food loss and food waste is food that is not eaten, and the cause of food waste or loss are numerous and occur throughout the food system during production, processing, distribution, retail, and food service, sales, and consumption. Overall, about one third of the world's food is thrown away in the food industry. Types of valuable waste are disposed, and some food industry recycle them to make byproduct from food waste. It help in the growth and their economy to increase the income generation. There are some food industry categorized by following: fruit and vegetable industry, grain processing industry, brewery and winery industry, marine industry, meat industry, and dairy industry. Scope for the future: in the food industry, production and processing of product is developing countries produce lot of waste and byproduct which cost lot of money as well as harmful impact on the environment. The goal of this analysis is to forecast the possibilities of boost food security. The goal of this study is to forecast the potential of food waste and byproduct as a long-term solution to malnutrition and poverty in undeveloped countries. Food waste to fermentation product: lactic acid. The first scientist in 1780, a Swedish chemist named Skill, defined lactic acid from source milk as hydrocarboxylic acid, which made component in food, pharmaceutical, chemical, and cosmetic industry. Ethanol. Ethanol is mainly manufactured polyethylene and other polymers from ethylene ethanol, which is mainly produced by microbial catalyzed and fermentation. Starchy raw material like corn, potato, wheat. Nowadays, it is easy to fermented food waste like wheat, rye bread, kitchen waste, mixed food waste, and potatoes, banana peel have been successfully fermented. Biogas. Food waste, we can make biogas which has high energy composition. So there are some waste which we can use to make biogas such as vegetable, fruit, meat, and dairy. We can also use animal manure in biogas disaster to create gas. Next slide. Byproduct and waste of fruit processing. Mango. During the processing of mango, several millions tons of waste are produced factories in which peel and pomace. Dietary fiber content of mango peel varies from 51.2 to 78.4%. As indicated, dietary fibers are non-digestible carbohydrate found in plant that are important part of balanced human diet. Banana. Banana are a popular fruit grow all over the world. They are mainly found in tropical and subtropical region. They are rich in potassium and fiber. Banana can be used to feed cattle and poultry and fertilizer for the production. They can also be used as an absorbent for heavy metal remover and water purification system for the production of protein and for the production of biomass for energy conversion. Grapes. In grapes, we can extract oil, their seeds, which is high in linoleic acid, about 60 to 70%. Tocophenol prevent from oxidation. The oil extracted from grape seed is high in linoleic acid. Grape seed oil is also provide vital dietary characteristics that are good for pupil health.
Now, citrus fruit. In citrus fruit, the bioactive compounds present in citrus waste can be used as food additive, encapsulant, nanoparticle, prebiotics, pectins, source, essential oil, polyphenol, carotenoid, or dietary fibers. It can also be used as a natural ingredient for cosmetic, medicines, packaging material, and synthetic fuels. Tomato. In industries, during the process of tomato, significant amount of tomato, like 5 to 30% of the main product, is produced as food waste or byproducts. Primarily, they use as a livestock feed or disposed of an landfill, and the process is based on a microbial electrochemical cell that uses tomato waste to generate electric current. Uh, and the conclusion of this slide is that food waste are usually organic reduces produced by a processing of raw materials into food. And in industries, after production, processing, retailing, and many more processes, they produce a large amount of food waste, which is disposed and degraded. But some industries recycle them to make byproduct from food waste, and it helps into growth of their economy and provide them to opportunity to generate income generation for social community. Provided employment opportunities for poor communities will benefit. And the food industry is categorized and by following waste from food and vegetable industries, grain processing industries, brewery and binary industry, marine industries, meat industries, dairy industries is given in this paper. And as a result, diversification of the economy is important. Income will be generated through the chains valorization of byproduct, as well as provide locals with employment opportunities. Poor communities will benefit directly. And why added value of food waste? Because cost benefits corporate sustainability responsibility, reduce valuable resource, reduce waste carbon and water. Thank you.
Thank you.
Presentation, and I'm over to you, Dr. Sunil Parikh, for your comments, moderation, questions.
Yeah, so this is based on your review paper. So what was the source of your study?
Research paper.
Research paper, which research paper? This is from a single paper, or you have made the presentation by reading the several papers?
You collected information from various sources and combined that and in a form of paper. So that is a review paper actually. So he's asking what were the sources from where you took this material. Have you mentioned them somewhere in your papers? So
Sir, there are some differences.
So can you give me the list of the 5 journals in the area of the food waste management?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
List out the 5 journals which publish the papers on the food waste management.
Sir, Journal of Food Microbiology.
Major journals. This food
Yes, sir.
microbiology is not devoted to the food waste management.
Sir,
Have you read the bioresource technology?
Sir, extraction of
बायोरिसोर्स टेक्नोलॉजी जनरल का नाम सुना आपने?
Yes, sir.
So this is the major journal in this field.
Food engineering.
Chalo, no problem. Can you list out the 2 books in the field of the food waste management? What is sustainability? Sorry, again, very basic question. This food waste management comes under which sustainable development goal?
Sir, by making or recycling byproduct from food waste to give opportunity.
सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स का नाम सुना है आपने?
Yes, sir.
कितने हैं? How many sustainable development goals?
Sir, Sorry, sir.
Hmm?
Sir, don't know.
Okay. So this is enough from my side.
Okay. He asked the questions. You tried to give the answer. You still have time, one more year in this institution. Sharpen your knowledge. Make yourself efficient. If you are writing anything, you should know about that. Even the meaning of every single word. On many occasions, I have told you, and in from the before the beginning of this conference, I told you, kindly go through your PPTs very carefully. Everything written there is, it is your responsibility, either you know it or you do not know. Once written, it's your responsibility. So anyway, you did good efforts, that's all. Now Kushbu madam, call the last presenter, and that will be done. After that, we will wind up this session and the conference also, because something else is coming up from 3:15 p.m. I would
So,
request to
presentation.
please be with us till then, and also to Meenakshi madam. Thank you.
Last presentation for this session is Biofertilizers, a way towards organic agriculture for sustainability. Paper code is IFBI 402, and presenter names are Akanksha Roy Sharma and Aradhana Mishra from BSc Agriculture 4th year.
So I get to go somewhere. So I'm leaving it to our Professor Ashwini Kumar sir, Dr. Khushbu madam, Dr. B.D. Yadav sir, and naturally to Dr. Sunil Parekh to wind up after this last presentation. Thank you very much for your presence, and thank you very much for being with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for devoting so much time being a president. Okay.
Namaste and good afternoon to Honorable Chairperson Ma'am, Honorable CEO and Advisor Sir, Honorable IC President Sir, Director Sir, all the dignitaries, experts and all the faculty members. I JV and Akansha Roy Sharma
And I, JV and Aradhana Mishra,
pursuing BSc Agriculture honors are here to present our topic on biofertilizers, a way towards organic agriculture for sustainability. As we know, the soil and plant associated microbes are involved in ecosystem, and then this soil and plant associated microbes are involved in the biochemical cycles in the environment. This is what the biofertilizers are based on. The biofertilizer is a ready to use combination of microbial inoculates. So when it's applied in the soil, it mobilizes the availability of nutrients. It's a key ingredient to a successful organic farming and sustainable agriculture. The microbial strains, it could be a single strain or it could be a combination of strain, are activated through seed or soil interaction in the rhizosphere, thereby increasing the availability of nutrients to the soil.
now if we talk about the formation of a biofertilizer, so there are two types of microbes which used for formation of biofertilizer. First is nitrogen fixing microbe, and second phosphate solubilizing microbes. In nitrogen fixing microbe, there are three types of microbe: bacteria, algae, and fungi. There is one is nitrogen fixing bacteria, which is rhizobium, which is in symbiotic, and azospirillum associative, and azotobacter is a symbiotic bacteria. If we talk about algae, there is nitrogen fixing algae, which is azolla, and PGA, means blue green algae. Nitrogen fixing fungi is mycorrhiza, which is VAM. It is a symbiotic fungi. VAM means vascular mycorrhiza. Second one is phosphate solubilizing microbes. There are two types: bacteria and fungi. In phosphate solubilizing bacteria, there are two types of bacteria. First one is Bacillus and second Pseudomonas. Phosphate solubilizing fungi, there is two types of fungi, both are symbiotic: Aspergillus and Penicillium.
Now rhizobium, as we can see here, it's a leguminous plants and nodules are there. In the root hairs, the microbes are in association with the root hairs, combining them, and there is an exchange of sugars from root cells to the bacteria and fixed nitrogen from the bacteria to the root hairs. So it's a symbiotic relationship. And then here is azolla grown in rice fields. Azolla is in symbiosis with anabenna, which anabenna is what is fixing the nitrogen, and azolla is its counterpart. When they are both here in the field, they fix the nitrogen, and the rice plant is absorbing that fixed nitrogen. And it's azospirillum. The nutrient supply is the same as before, but there is also a secondary altercation happening here. The secondary metabolites of the root cells are in association with the azospirillum, which contributes to the disease resistance of the plant. And it's also mainly it's an associative microbe. It only uses itself with C4 plants.
Next is phosphorus solubilizing bacteria. Phosphorus in inorganic source when applied, the phosphorus solubilizing bacteria solubilize it and the plant uptake and utilize the phosphorus in the form of phosphate. If it is present in or given in soil in inorganic form or by inorganic form, the phosphorus solubilizing bacteria mineralize it and the phosphorus is utilized in phosphate form.
Here it's VAM, but it's the same as before. The articles of the mycorrhiza and the plant cell, they are in combination and the exchange is happening in the cell. There are the importance and benefits. Obviously, the soil texture and yield of the plants are improved, and the environment it provides doesn't allow pathogens to flourish. It's eco-friendly and cost-effective. Here we can see a table. The inorganic fertilizers, urea, DAP, SSP, MOP, these inorganic fertilizers are like they are cheap. Like the cost per dose in one season per hectare, they seem cheap on the first glance. But if you see the broader picture, every time in the same field when the farmers are applying it in combination, the inorganic fertilizers, they have to use the dose is increased every year. So in the long run, it's not cost effective, and it harms the soil. It deplenishes its nutrient supply. And let's take a season. So when you harvest it, if you measure this amount of nutrients in the soil and compare it to the same season prior to applying the fertilizers, there's a very vast difference. And then there are the biofertilizers: azolla, rhizobium, TSP, and protein hydrosolute. So they seem like very costly, 2,500 for a season. It's very costly. A farmer is not going to purchase it. But if we see that in the long run, if the farmer purchases for the first season 2,500 and he applies it for the next season, between the harvest and the sowing of the next season, if he cultures the azolla, then even if he doesn't get to the amount which is required for the next season, he'll get some of it. So the amount which he has to buy in the next season is less. So you have to pay less than 2,500. So and say let's take 5 years or 6 years, he doesn't have to buy the azolla from the market anymore. Yeah, it's available already. He is doing a integrated farming system. Rhizobium is the same. Rhizobium is for leguminous plants, so you can reapply it every year. And then is protein hydrosolate. It's a combination of all the microbes we talked about here. It's also provided every year, and it's cheap in comparison. So you can use it, and it's mainly used for vegetables and flowers, which are like herbal flowers. And then also it has an importance in it doesn't pollute the environment, and it reduces the health hazard caused by the chemical fertilizers.
Then if we talk about applications, then how will apply the biofertilizer for the different type of application. And there are 3 types of application.
seedling, root dip, and the seed treatment and the soil treatment. There are three type of application methods. If you talk about seedling root dip method, this is applicable for the rice field because we know that transplantation mostly and it's important that done in rice. So when the seedlings are ready, we will dip in the fertilizer solution before the transplantation, and after that we can transplant it in the water beds. Now, if you talk about seed treatment, seeds are dipped in biofertilizer solution, and then these seeds are dried. And as soon as possible after drying, they are sown. Now, how we will treat the soil with the biofertilizer? So, biofertilizer along with the compost are mixed one day before one day for one night, and after that the mixture of the compost and biofertilizer is spread over the soil before the seed sowing. Next,
The constraints and problems. So there are many companies in the market who sell these biofertilizers. So why are we having this discussion? Because there are problems. Farmers are not growing it, farmers are not using it as much as possible. So where are the conditions happening? There are many research papers there, but it's not going to the industry or on the field level, the farmer level.
Lab to lab field adaptability of innoculant, then the edaphic and environmental condition like plant and soil, compatibility. So these are the edaphic and environmental condition. These are the major factor behind the variability and low reproducibility of the biofertilizer in the field trial as compared with the lab trial. Then the inoculation, survival, establishment, colonization, interaction with the plant of the soil is also matters, and also interaction with the biofertilizer also matters. These are the some constraints and problems.
As it's written, biofertilizers the microbes have to be compatible with the plant selected. Just I said earlier, the rhizobium and the legume plant.
बस बंद करो अबे यार मैं गिराओ
Factors.
oh hell
The microbes selected for if you select a rhizobium for non-leguminous crop, there won't be any nitrogen fixation happening because the nitrogen fixation
आज भी चलनी से वो भी चल रहा
is. So the plant-related factors are the azospirillum. Azospirillum is associated with C4 plants. So if there is there is not a C4 plant and you are using azospirillum, the effect will not be as it's supposed to be. Then there is practical aspects: the cost-benefit relationship, versatility, robustness, reproducibility, shelf life, and storage. So when compared to the chemical fertilizers, storage is a problem, but it's not that hardy. But in respect to the biofertilizers, its shelf life and storage completely depends on how you store it and how you use it. So that becomes a problem. Say a farmer is very technology forward and he's like, okay, I'll try a biofertilizer technique. So he buys the biofertilizer and then he doesn't store it properly where he was supposed to be, like the range of temperature varies, the humidity varies, the light and dark, and certain aspects. So the
है
effectivity
इसका
of the
वाईफाई चलता नहीं है वो तो इसके भरोसे रहता है जो भी है
sometimes it's
हमारा
like
वाला जो है ना इसी से
so
चल
when
रहा है
we
बाकी
apply
कुछ नहीं इनका बेकार ही पैसे देते हैं तो
not effective anymore. So he'll say, okay, I tried biofertilizer and it's not happening. So
सेंटेंस दो चार बोल देते तो वो भी बंद
that's a major issue.
Some disturbances are there.
नहीं चाहिए वो तो चले गए ना डायरेक्टर साहब तो
Continue.
Problem really can't solutions. So So we see that one of the major problems was the information to the farmers. So extension education plays a major role here. We have to inform the farmers, educate them, explain to them how to use, when to use, how much to use. And then comes the integrated nutrient management. Like biofertilizer can't be the only source of nutrients to the soil, the crop you're growing. So the thing is, we have to make sure that we are using it with other nutrient supplies, such as vermicompost, other manures, FYMs, and other things. So we have to be cautious how much we are using, what we are using, when we are using,
and what is the amount we are using
Yeah.
for a particular crop. A less discussed issue, intellectual property right and patent development, which can be developed a valuable tool to transfer technology between the academic and industrial sector, but could also put a risk and the free exchange of ideas and material amongst researchers.
So to conclude, why biofertilizers are better?
The uptake efficiency of synthetic fertilizer by plant is generally 30 to 50%. Due to large quantities of the fertilizer being lost of water bodies and the atmosphere leads to economic losses and large environmental impacts. Cyanobacteria fixes 25 to 30 kg nitrogen per hectare per crop and reduce the use of urea fertilizer in rice culture by 30%. Biofertilizer has shown their ability to increase the efficiency of nutrient released from fertilizer and subsequent uptake by plant.
So, as we have seen, the main motto of biofertilizer is to feed the soil, not the plant. If the soil is fed, plant is obviously going to be fed. In the long run, biofertilizers are cost effective, environmental friendly, and paves the path to subsequently full-fledged organic farming. Thank you.
Any queries from the expert panel or any suggestions?
Yeah, so students, you are presented on the biofertilizer.
Yes, sir.
So my very first question is that why the biofertilizers are not so successful on the farmer's field? What is the
Yeah.
single most important reason for unsuccessful of biofertilizers?
So just because of less knowledge and
So the main issue is farmers need to profit. So farmers are like in the first season, if they are applying for the first time biofertilizer, the profit would be low, very low. So they are
No,
not
no,
ready
no,
to
no, no. No,
have the
this is not the reason.
advertisement.
No. In the biofertilizers, what is the active substance? These are the living things, microbes.
Yes, yes.
So microbes are survived up to what temperature?
Sir,
Bacteria survived at what temperature?
so they have to be around 45 degrees. It can't be, sir, more than 45 degrees or 40 degrees. It has to be a medium temperature, 30.
Maximum 37 and the best activity is around 27 to 30 degree.
Yeah, yeah.
So if biofertilizer packets, have you ever seen that they stored in a refrigerator or they stored in some cold storages?
Yes, there was a point in the presentation that the storage is a problem. In the chemical
So,
fertilizer storage,
so
it's
the
like
basic problem is that they not stored at a proper temperature, and therefore the activity of the microbes are not there. Even the colonies will not
yes, sir.
survive. So it is just a powder, not a biofertilizer, which applied in the field.
Yes, sir.
Then what is
Sir,
difference between the biofertilizer and biostimulant?
biostimulant. Sir, biofertilizer is the microbes there are, and biostimulant is such as vermicompost. The earthworms are biostimulants.
No, no, no. What is symbiosis?
So symbiosis is the like two organisms survive based on each other. They depend on each other for nutrition and say housing. They can't survive alone.
चलो ठीक है, already it is 3:15:17. So this is I pass on this to others.
Thank you to all experts here present, and this is the conclusion of our conference, which is Innovations of Agriculture, Food and Biotechnology for Sustainable Income of Rural Community. We have covered all the themes within this conference period, which was modernizing agri food processing, a solution to sustainable income of rural community, role of biotechnological innovations towards food production for sustainability, and technological innovations in high-tech agriculture and post-harvest technology and innovations approaches in waste management of agro and food sector, waste to value. So I think we have covered all the themes under our conference, and experts has given their views and suggestions regarding the same. So I would like to thank to our all the experts which are present here: Sunil Parik sir, Meenakshi Mathur ma'am, Ashwini sir, and now I would like to invite B.D. Yadav sir, Director of Faculty of Agriculture and Veterinary Science, for vote of thanks. B.D. Yadav sir. I think Director Sir has some work. So on the behalf of President IC Sir and on the behalf of Director Sir, I would like to thank Sunil Parik Sir, Meenakshi Mathur Ma'am, which is Chair Professor of this conference, and Ashwani Kumar Sir, which has been left this conference link due to some technical error, but I would like to thank him because he was continuing throughout the conference. So thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for attending the conference and for giving your valuable suggestions, which was very precious for us and valuable for our students. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks to all.
Thank you, Meenakshi ma'am.